Okay. Well, I decided to take a look at this because this is a giant elephant in the room. But this one is Nick Fuentes and Tucker Carlson talking. And to be honest, this is probably going to be huge because if you think about it, Nick Fuentes pretty much is the face of the younger Gen Z generation, like people like me. And it's one of those things where I don't fully agree with him on everything, but there's a lot to agree on. While Tucker Carlson, pretty much for I don't remember how long, he carried Fox News on his back, and then he was fired for bullshit reasons. But it's kind of like the face of the old conservatives at the time versus the face of, like, a lot of the younger Gen Z movement that, like, clashing together and talking. And I'm surprised these two actually even talk together. Like, after what happened the last time when they fought, I did not think they would ever, like, meet up like this. But well, let's get into this. This is going to be a generational talk.
Understand how you got to where you are, how you became Nick Fuentes. So this is my understanding of your life arc. And tell me if I'm wrong. You show up at Boston University. You grew up in a suburb of Chicago, kind of working class, western suburb, and you show up at Boston University in the fall of 2016 at the height of the battle between Trump and Hillary. It's like this kind of pivot point in history. And you show up with a MAGA hat, and you have a Trump hat, and you have, like, basically off the shelf Republican views.
Yes.
And so describe what the views that you had then, and then describe what happened.
Yeah, man. Man, at that time, nobody thought Trump was going to win. They all treated him like a joke. And when he beat every Republican's ass, holy crap. They started, like, smearing him, destroying his legacy, and pretending like, oh, vote for me because I'm a woman. That's basically what Hillary's fan base basically became. Not the, hey, I'm the crooked Clinton family or the corrupt politician. No, vote for me because I'm a woman. Let's see. Oh no. Yeah. Redneck as hell, Tucker.
Yeah. So when I was in high school, I was very political. I was reading a lot
Me
of the
too.
libertarian stuff, Austrian school, Chicago school, economic type literature, because that's what was popular at the time. If you went online in the early 2010s, that's all the conservative content there really was. That was the most extremely online type
Libertarian
stuff.
economics.
Well, yeah, basically kind of the remnant of the Ron Paul revolution.
Yes.
The Young Americans for Liberty, PragerU, which kind of skews a little more, I guess, conservative, but very basic small government, individualism, libertarian type stuff.
So you watch PragerU videos?
Oh, yeah. I was in the Prager Force.
What's that?
It's a Facebook group for college kids, and they promote the PragerU videos.
Nice.
Wow.
To the college students and high school students.
So you really were a product of the moment.
Absolutely.
And how'd you feel about Trump?
Well, initially, I didn't like Trump. When the primary started in 2015, I considered him to be a statist.
Yeah.
Which sounds so ridiculous now.
No, a lot of people thought that.
Yeah. And I was a libertarian, so I saw him as a big government, 1990s liberal. When he was asked about healthcare, he said, well, we'll take care of everybody. And I said, I'm a Rand Paul guy, Ted Cruz guy. Those were kind of my people back in 2015.
You like Ted Cruz?
I was a cruise missile.
Oh, yeah.
Does Cruz know that?
Texas.
I don't think so, no. I was actually on his campaign.
You were on the Ted Cruz campaign?
I don't know if I was on the campaign, but I door knocked in a little village in Chicago, in McKinley Park, for Ted Cruz.
No way.
In the Illinois primary.
Did he write you a thank you note?
No, I didn't get a thank you. He lost,
sucks.
so I guess.
Yeah, he did. He did in a very humiliating way.
Yeah, everyone. Dude, everyone got humiliated by Trump. It was astronomically bad how they lost. Bro, it was bad. Bro, it was embarrassing. Like, imagine the guy who recently turned Republican in 2012 runs the campaign and then kicks everybody's ass. And to be honest, I'm just gonna say this. This is heavily because of George Bush and how he handled everything. Man, George Bush really fucked. George Bush really fucked up the Republicans to the point where it was guaranteed Obama was gonna win. Yeah, I didn't like Obama either. He was a piece of shit.
Amazing. So, so what happened?
So I, like everybody else in 2016, went through this ideological awakening. And first, I shifted to Trump. And the first realization that I had is it started in 2016, actually, because the primaries, started in 15, around April or May, I think was the first announcements.
Yeah.
And I had very negative feelings about Trump. And like I said, pro Rand Paul, pro Cruz. But when the actual Iowa caucus happened and the primaries began, I saw that Trump was dominating. And every night in the Super Tuesday, when they had all the big contests, one after the other, I remember the media was furious that he was winning one after the other.
Yeah. Just to give you guys a hint, what Trump's strategy was actually funny as hell. But basically, he would say things that no other politician would ever say, because their whole shtick was, look nice, look polished, pretend like you actually care about the American people. Basically, sound like a regular politician. But you had Trump saying like wild ass shit, like he, like it was funny, like wild ass shit because you'd be in jail, like all that stuff. Then there was what should we call it? You had these wild coyotes and they're kidnapping people, stuff like that. Like that shit was comedy gold, and Trump played it extremely well. And the whole thing was there was a lot of stuff he was talking true, but the way he said it was funny. So they just kept putting the camera on him. And the downside of that was they kept putting the camera on him, so then he kept taking the attention away. So then people kept listening to him. And then eventually it led to him becoming, to be honest, the biggest force behind the Republican Party today. Like, there is nothing bigger than Trump in the Republican Party currently. And it shows. It shows.
And I remember thinking to myself, like, structurally, if I'm a libertarian or a conservative and we want to change the country, we have to win elections. If you want to win elections, you have to bypass the media. I sort of had this realization that the media was really standing in the way. They were the problem.
Yep.
And I had this realization that all the conservatives and Republicans up to that point were afraid to take on the media. They, like Mitt Romney, would cower before them and were so apologetic and so weak. And so initially I said,
yeah, that's a big part. They were apologetic, they were weak. It would always be like the Democrats like push forward their ideas, the Republicans either didn't push back or did the bare minimum, so then the Democrats would then push forward again. It would be this bullshit where like you'd be like, hey, please get rid of this, please get rid of this. And then these guys, like I'm not gonna say limp dick, did absolutely nothing, and most of the time kept things the same but didn't bring things back. And what happened was that the Democrats obviously became very cocky because of it. And as you know, Obama was a very, very good speaker. Like his policy sucked ass, but he was a good speaker. He was always shown in a positive light. And not only that, but his skin color also gave him a huge amount of protection from like criticism that a lot of people had. And yeah, it sucked for the Republicans. They were being destroyed.
I actually don't ideologically agree with Trump at all, but he will destroy the liberal media, or at least their monopoly on thought and opinion.
Yes.
And then a breakthrough can occur. So that was kind of the first hump. And I said, I could get behind Trump because he's a winner. He'll win for our side. And that was kind of the first big thing. And then as I listened to him more and more, his speeches and his rhetoric, I started to think about immigration.
Which you hadn't really considered before?
Never. And the reason why is because I was from a 95% white suburb. So the diversity had not really reached my corner of Chicago yet.
Yep.
Me and my family, not so much my family, they grew up in the city, but growing up in the suburbs, I was insulated from that. So it was just not even, it's actually, you're going to love this. This is, I don't know if I've ever even said this on an interview before. I was listening to Mark Levin's show. This goes to show how normie I was.
Actually?
I listen to him every day.
You listen to Mark Levin every day?
In high school, yes.
Wow.
I was a fan. I loved his show. And I actually liked how he was kind of obnoxious and mean to his callers.
Yeah.
Vicious. And I liked that. I thought that was funny. But I'll never forget one show. He goes live and he says, America's becoming a majority non-white country. Does anybody think that's a good idea? And I was thinking to myself, yeah, that actually doesn't sound so good. I didn't really even think that America's becoming majority minority like that.
Yep. It's about 60% white now, just so you guys know. But the whole idea was the globalists came in, and I'm just gonna say there's like 4 billion people on just like the other side of the world because of that. And then the whole idea is, they had a few, but this is the one I hated. The first one was you shouldn't have babies because of climate change and you're going to destroy the planet, and there's too many people on the planet. So then a lot of Americans, ate it up. And after that, the climate credits, a bunch of stuff. I'll just skip through this because this is not that important. But after a while, then it became, oh, women should always get abortions. Abortion, abortion, abortion. So then women were killing all the babies inside of them. And then the population was struggling to grow. And then these people came to the idea that, oh, we need immigrants. We need immigrants to come in here and stop the declining birth rates. After they spent years telling people to stop having babies because of climate change and how badly it would affect things. So now we got to a point where the birth rate in America was going down, and these people started importing immigrants, and immigrants would have a shit ton of babies. Not only that, but they usually wouldn't assimilate, they usually wouldn't do all this stuff. And so what happened was immigrants were coming here, but they were just immigrants benefiting off of America without changing to changing to be Americans themselves, which is disrespectful because I myself, I went in here and I became more American. Like, I'm very pro America. And there's a lot of people I know that, to be honest, haven't assimilated, haven't done anything, and they just act like a certain community from their country just in America. And the whole point of that is it actually sucks. It sucks because at one point, if you import too many people, the country's identity is going to be lost. Like, enough time has to be given for people to truly get in, become Americans. Then after that, you can start importing more people. But no.
Wait, so you were radicalized on race by Mark Levin?
Yes.
Are you making that up? Or that's
a real story.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. He planted the seed at least. And then I saw a graphic on 4chan or Twitter, and I'm sure you've seen something similar. It said, this is what the map looks like, the electoral map. If only men vote, if only women vote, if only whites vote.
Oh, I know this. If only women voted, Democrats would pretty much always win. If only men voted, only Republicans would ever win. Yeah, I've seen those. And then if only blacks voted, it would only be Democrats. If only Hispanics voted, it would be more Democrat leaning, stuff like that, where it basically showed that if you take women out, it is all Republican. It's almost all Republican. But the more immigrants you add, the more Democrat it's become. So that's why you see a lot of Democrats, they got into this position where, oh, America sucks. I hate America. Americans are stupid. Americans are evil. America should be destroyed. And the whole reason was because they started importing too many people, because they realized they would vote for them as long as they gave them welfare, as long as they gave them these systems in order to assist them at the cost of the American people. And the American people were too shy to say anything about it because they would just call you racist if you ever said anything about it. And that's where the huge problem came in, which is that you couldn't criticize it because you were seen as a bad person. But at the same time, there's a lot of legitimate criticisms that were needed because, imagine if a bunch of dickheads from America came to Japan and tried to force Japan to be more like America and forcibly make Japan assimilate to the culture. Like, the majority of people here would see it as, like, we're being a bunch of assholes for doing that. But the moment that it's reversed and people are coming to America and changing it, everyone doesn't want that conversation. They think America shouldn't exist. Like, you see all these protests, Mexican flags every fucking time. Like, they're like, oh, we're gonna fight against colonization by showing you the flag of a country that colonized their section of the America, the continent, so badly that everybody speaks Spanish there. Because apparently that's how you fight colonization. But you see, it's all this bullshit.
If only non-whites vote. And it became very obvious what the electoral problem is. It's demographics. These immigrants are coming here. They're going to turn Texas blue like they turned California blue.
Mhm.
Yeah. I saw it happen.
Yeah. And, you know, you look at even the opinion polls. These people don't believe in free speech. They don't believe in the Constitution, the Second Amendment. As a libertarian, the things that are, and as American, things that are important to you, they don't believe, they don't understand these things.
Yep.
And so I said, that's another political obstacle. You've got the media, you've got immigration. So I'm thinking like, well, we're going to vote for Ted Cruz. He's going to be the constitutionalist. We'll vote for Rand Paul. He'll be the libertarian. But what stands in the way of political power for us? It's the media and it's immigration. So I said, well, we got to get Trump to beat the media, build the wall, deport the illegals. And once we set the country straight, then we can actually have our constitutional republic back. That was kind of the idea. And that's the mindset that I had going into college.
Amazing. So then what happened?
So I go to college and I'm just, at that point, a huge Trump supporter. And you got to understand, for me, for my generation, so I was 18. I turned 18 in August 2016. And to us,
That's
Trump...
amazing.
I think I was 14 at that time. Yeah. I believe so, 14. But, yeah. The whole point was, I started watching Charlie Kirk, God bless his soul, more and more, which eventually led me to like Trump. But the whole thing was Charlie Kirk was an inexperienced guy who didn't go to college, who was just debating people for fun. And, you know, eventually he became the freaking monster he was, where he would destroy people without even trying. Like it got bad. Like, we would see Ben Shapiro wrecked videos. We would see Charlie Kirk wrecked videos. We would see Milo Yiannopoulos wrecked videos. But, you know, they would wreck feminists. They would wreck all this stuff. And it was always college students, too. And this is one thing I hate. There's this certain group of people that say, oh, they're just college kids. Oh, you're not actually... Why don't you actually debate someone who's actually worth debating? Or like, why are you debating college kids? Because they're dumb. They're dumb, so you're actually proving how weak you are by not debating someone on your level. But then there's also this other side of the coin that is like, the kids in college are the best, smartest, and brightest. If you don't go to college, you're a failure. If you don't go to college, you're not going to succeed. If you don't go to college, you're an idiot and you're not highly educated. And the same people that would use the other talking point also used that talking point at once, which is extremely contradictory. They're either the best and the brightest of the future, which is why they should be debated and should have their ideas challenged, or they're a bunch of absolute retards who don't know what they're saying. Like, there is no middle ground. It's either they're the best and brightest, or they're a bunch of retards. Like, that's literally it. But these people would contradict themselves all the time.
Yeah, well, because we're like the first generation that was influenced by Trump coming of age in that moment.
No, I say it's amazing because when you're living in something, you don't appreciate its full significance. But to be 18 in August of 2016, so this really is, as you're forming your views and really yourself.
Yes.
In the middle of this. We'll admit that we are not the most disciplined snackers. When the pantry calls, we answer. It can be cruel, but what if there was a way to snack like you want to snack and not deal with the consequences? Heaviness, bloating. Well, there may actually be an answer to that. It's called Vandy Crisps. Brought to you by the same people who make the incredible Mossad chips. Vandy Crisps were made with only heirloom potatoes, sea salt, and grass-fed beef tallow. Let me repeat, 3 ingredients: potatoes, sea salt, grass-fed beef tallow, 0 seed oils. Most food used to be made this way, simple, but then, well, the corruption you're highly familiar with allowed our food to become really poisonous.
Yep.
Vandy Crisps is pivoting against this ugly trend. They are delicious, by the way. You're not sacrificing taste just because they don't have ingredients you can't pronounce, especially the smokehouse barbecue flavor, next level. Vandy Crisps is American made, no compromises. You feel satisfied, light, energetic, no crash, no sluggishness. It's awesome. Visit vandycrisps.com/Tucker. Use code Tucker for 25% off your first order. vandycrisps.com/Tucker. Code Tucker, 25% off your first order. If you don't feel like ordering online, stop at your local Sprouts supermarket and pick up a bag.
Never tasted them.
It's transformative. And, you know, so for us, he was like the savior of Western civilization. We looked at him as like and by we, I mean me and all the online kids, teenagers that supported him. We really believed the hype, like Teflon Don, like he could go into any scenario and win. Like he was unstoppable, unflappable. Nobody could score points on him. He just seemed like, you know, they said you can't stump the Trump. Like he could not be stumped. And so he just had this aura of inevitability, invincibility. And I loved that. And so I went to Boston University. I got on campus in September, and I was wearing my MAGA hat everywhere in the dining hall, walking down the street. And
and it's sad because at the time you could wear a MAGA hat and everything would be fine. But if you do that in California, if you do that in Chicago now, like, let's be honest, there's a lot of people that would like fight and beat you up for it and call you names and all that. Like, they hate you so much, and then the worst part is the media never covers it. The media always lied every chance they could about it. Like, they would call you every name in the book for just wearing a red hat of a politician you support, who's not even radical at all. Not even radical. He's just a slightly more conservative-leaning, like Bill Clinton, basically. Where the Democrats at the time, they had a lot of talking points similar to him, but something happened where the Democrats were just, dude, they were just doing whatever they wanted. Like, all this stuff. Like, after gay marriage got legalized, because, like, that was a good thing by them, but the problem was, then they, you know, basically finished everything. Women were equal to men, you know, gay marriage, like, all this stuff. So then they became even more progressive by saying, we're going to make policies that make women superior to men, or prioritize them over men. And the same thing with like a lot of stuff. Like, they basically enforce this stuff on you because the only way to progress up now is by bringing a certain group of people down. And of course, it was going to be mostly white men.
It's a city campus. So you're walking down Commonwealth Avenue and, you know, you're in the city of Boston, which is super liberal. And at that time, it's different than it was now. People were getting fired for wearing MAGA hats. People were getting punched in the face. It was like being a Trump supporter it was out there actually back then. It was controversial. It was controversial everywhere, not even, you know, just in liberal Boston. But so I was wearing my hat everywhere, and I was just getting accosted constantly. In the dining hall, people would come up and yell in my face. Some black girl in a hijab ran up to me and said, you know what you're supporting? You're racist, this. And I'm trying to get my pizza, you know, I'm trying to get my oatmeal or whatever at the dining hall. This was happening constantly. And so I was going then on Twitter, and
you know what? Just to piss some people off, I'm going to put on the MAGA hat. There we go. Yeah. Some people just can't handle you wearing a simple red hat. Because, like, if you see someone wearing a Joe Biden or Hillary hat, nobody would care. But then there's a certain subset of people that, if they see this, they will punch you, they will harass you, they will annoy you. It sucks that it's come down to this. And the worst part is, they'll punch you in the face. They'll call you a Nazi. They'll call you radical. They'll hate on you your entire life. And then, after punching you in the face, they're going to be like, oh, you should turn down the temperature. Oh, you're the one who's making things worse. You're the one who's hurting people. after you got punched in the face. But yeah, I'm gonna wear this hat for the rest of this because, pissing people off.
I had a small Twitter account with my real name and face, and I had, maybe 200 followers. And I'm posting about my experiences.
Mm-hmm.
And I caught the attention of a lot of people on campus for wearing the hat, for posting on Twitter. And they found my Twitter.
You've only been there like a month?
Yep.
Less weeks, maybe 3 weeks. This is starting to kick up. And I catch the attention of my peers, and they start going at me on Twitter and giving me death threats. We're going to kill you. How dare you? If I see you, I'm going to beat your ass, that kind of thing. And this is my first experience with this. Now we're all kind of desensitized to it, but that was my first run-in with this intensity from the left.
Yep.
So I file a police report. I get real nervous. And, when you're a student, you can't really avoid other people. You're in a dorm room. Exactly. You're in the, so you're vulnerable. And anyway, long story short, so one of these guys from the campus libertarian group, Young Americans for Liberty, he reaches out to me and says, hey, I'm not going to say his name, but he goes, I go to a school in Boston. I'm from YAL. He said, and I'd like to set up a debate with you and one of these people that's been giving you a hard time on campus because they were doing a lot of events. He said, is that something you're interested in? I said, absolutely. And so he goes around and he asks some of the bigger people that are antagonizing me on Twitter, and everybody says no. And he goes, yeah, no one's going for it. I said, well, can you try again? Can you? And so he finds one guy, and it turns out to be the student body president of the whole university.
Should be you.
Yeah, the senior, this liberal douchebag progressive. And he's the student body president of the student government there. And so we set up the debate. It was about a week before the actual election. So I think it was end of October, beginning of November. And they hold it in this auditorium in the center of the campus, and like 300 people show up. So it turns into like this huge, and they're all liberal. They all hate my guts.
Yep.
They're heckling me the whole time. They're yelling at me.
Yep.
We do this debate about Trump versus Hillary. And so I'm there and I'm pro-Trump, and I say, I think Trump's going to win. And I'm straight up like ripping the Ben Shapiro talking points. I'm saying, it's got everything to do with.
Oh, yeah, Ben Shapiro. Dude, yeah, exactly. That's what everyone would go to. Dude, Ben Shapiro, like whether or not you like him or not, like, dude, he is a monster debater. He pretty much is, he pretty much is the final right of debate. The final boss of debating when it comes to the right. Because, like, you could say Charlie Kirk was amazing. You could say, a lot of people are great, but Ben Shapiro was the one who, smoked you no matter what. If you weren't on top of your game 100%, you would be smoked and destroyed. And it's because this man had so much time, so much experience. And he final boss, man. Even to this day, Ben Shapiro is still he's still at that level. The thing is, a lot of people will criticize him, and there's justified criticism. But if you go against him in a debate, more likely than not, you're gonna lose. More likely than not.
A culture and nothing to do with race, and diversity's a problem and all this.
Mm-hmm.
And I decisively win the debate. It's not even close. The debate wraps up, and this girl who I think I had talked to her on Twitter once or twice comes running up to the stage after the debate, and it's Cassie Dillon. And at this time, she's a fellow at Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's company.
Oh.
And like I said, I barely knew her. And she comes running up and she says, oh my gosh, I live streamed this debate on Periscope on Twitter. She said, and 30,000 people watched it, and you have 5 job offers. You did incredible.
Damn.
I said, wow, I don't know what to say. That's great. She goes,
you're 18 years old.
Yes. So it's happening very quickly for me, And she goes, do you want to do a post-game interview after the debate? I said, sure. And so she asked me about how I thought the debate went and what my views are and things like that. And, very normal stuff. And then at the end, she says, I just got back from doing study abroad in Israel. She goes, and it was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever take a trip to Israel?
And
I said, no, I think I got everything I need right here in America.
Yeah.
And she goes, oh, okay. And she wraps up the interview. And that was a little bit of foreshadowing. And this begins a relationship, not a romantic relationship, but we become friends and we start talking. And she's plugged in, like I said, a Daily Wire. She's talking to people at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the college Republicans. I start to develop this friendship with her. And over time, she lands me this show on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Mhm.
And in this time, I'm really starting to lean into America first. I'm
Yep.
becoming more pro Trump as time goes on. And what really stood out to me was Trump's inaugural address in January 17th. So this was just a couple months later.
Mhm.
And in Trump's inaugural, he says famously, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first, America first.
Yep.
And I said, that's me. Like, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
I'm an American nationalist.
Me too.
Fully at this point, not even a conservative. And there was one thing that happened just before that that really struck me as strange. And I've told this story before. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but suffice to say, Barack Obama
Oh
in the
shit.
lame duck period. So the Democrats lost the election. He's on his way out. There's a
Fuck 'em.
resolution in the Security Council condemning the settlements in the West Bank in Israel. And typically, the U.S. delegation will veto those resolutions condemning Israel. Well, Obama's on his way out. He's got nothing to lose. So the U.S. delegation abstains from the resolution and it passes. And
Mhm.
Fox News and all the pro Israel conservatives are calling him an anti Semite. They're saying he hates Jews. He's an anti Semite. He hates Israel.
Yeah. I will say this, like, yeah, I'll give you guys a bit of history between America and Israel. I'm not gonna go too deep, but we have this very weird kind of alliance with Israel, where at some points there are boys who like have our backs, even when we're clearly lying. But at other points, it feels like they're doing creepy stuff to stalk on us, and it feels like they're a foreign enemy nation. So I'll give you two examples of Israel kind of being like that. Like the USS Liberty, I talked about it before, but it's basically a US ship went to Israel. It could pretty much hear everything in the area, and they attacked it for I think it was either 1 or 2 hours, killing everyone there. And Lyndon B. Johnson, the president at the time, hid everything, gave them medals of honor for the people that were being shot and killed, and he never properly dealt with them. I think this is one of those moments where, probably because of his actions, every other president afterwards never properly dealt with them. Because Lyndon B. Johnson, he should have hit them hard. He should have like set them in their place. He should have told them, "Hey, you did this, you attacked our people, we are angry, and we need you guys to basically pay up, whether it's in lives, money, or something, in order to show us why we should even bother still being allies with you and not starting a war." So then that passed eventually. Then you have people like Richard Nixon, who would be like, no matter whether the president is Democrat or Republican, they're always going to side with Israel. He also said Israel has no strategic advantage to us. And okay, so that's that. Now I'll get to the other thing, which is they make creepy apps to spy on the American people and all that. And we have like security clearances or like, things to fight against when China and Russia do it, and also sanctions and harsh punishments for them. But when Israel does it, it seems like the punishment is always light and or non-existent. And that was a big problem. And now I'll get to two times Israel was our boys. And let's go to the Iraq war. This one we were this one we were obviously lying our asses off saying that Iraq had nuclear weapons when they clearly didn't. The UN inspected multiple times. But Israel, on our behalf, lied. Lied as well, saying, yeah, these guys totally have weapons of mass destruction. And yeah, the Iraq war started and all that. And yeah, there's that. And then another time I would say they were our boys was, I think it was either 2021 or 2022. But it was that vote where it said, is food a human right? And for any of you who don't know, the UN basically, once they vote on something like that, it makes it so that the UN has to pay to like feed nations and stuff that, and the majority of the money would come out of the pockets of the American people. And we're already dealing with so much bullshit that making us deal with paying people more free stuff across the world at the cost of the American taxpayers is not beneficial. So we voted against it, and Israel as well also voted against it. We were the only two countries that did it, and the whole world was, pissed off of us saying, "Oh, America doesn't think food is a human right," and all that. But like all these other nations, like let's be honest, they know why. It's because it would come out of our pocket, so they don't care that we're the ones who are going to lose, because a lot of our other allies are disrespectful assholes. And I think our weird connection with Israel is when they do bullshit, we cover for them and then when we do bullshit, they cover for us. And whether or not you like that relationship, that is the current one we have with them. And then there's people that are like, "Oh, we give too much money to Israel and stuff," but then they also happily support the Ukraine war, or Ukraine, I mean. And the problem with that is we gave a lot more money to Ukraine since the Ukraine war started than we did to Israel for like multiple years. Like Ukraine was the number one we donated to, the number one we helped, the number one on everything. And all these people were saying, "Oh, America is controlled by Israel," like happily ignoring that Ukraine, we were dealing with that bullshit. And it's just a stupid thing. But yeah, we have this weird relationship, and the way I can explain it is whatever Trump is doing to handle them, I'm just gonna support because it's not in my jurisdiction to really question it, even though no, not question it. I can question it, but to really like say, "Oh, he should do this, he should do that." And anyone who like, is very critical of Israel, I understand. But at the same time, I hate the people that are like, Israel is responsible for every single event in the freaking world. Like, no, that's not true.
I saw that and it struck me as strange because it seemed hypocritical. It seemed like how when conservatives would critique anything about race, we got called racist, or anything about
Yep.
feminism, we got called sexist.
Yep.
All Obama did was uphold U.S. policy on the West Bank that we've had since 67, which is we don't support the settlements. I said, how is it anti-Semitic to just be consistent on our U.S. foreign policy? Like I said, which is a Republican-Democrat consensus. And I got attacked for this. I wrote a big article about this. I tweeted about it. I tweeted to Ben Shapiro. I said, I've never seen anything on the Daily Wire that's actually critical of Israel. And he quote tweets me.
Oh.
And at this time, I have 1,000 followers on Twitter.
How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm
still a freshman in college, yeah.
And this is even before I started my show.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I probably got 100 likes on this tweet. It wasn't a viral tweet. He quote tweets me and says, "To accuse a Jew of dual loyalty is the surest sign of anti-Semitism."
Damn, I never heard that. But yeah, Ben is entitled to his opinion, but at the same time, it's like, damn, that's a sure way to give Nick Fuentes a lot of bad attention. Because like what, he's like 1,000, and I'm not saying that you can't clap back against smaller creators. I'm just saying it's one of those things where they're gonna be destroyed or hated upon by your fan base or whoever follows you because you're the bigger, stronger creator.
And like, this is how it sort of begins. And I see this tweet. And by the way, that was on Christmas Eve in 2016.
He immediately called you an anti-Semite.
So I'm driving to Christmas Eve Mass with my family. And I see on Twitter, the notification comes up. Ben Shapiro quote tweets me, calling me an anti-Semite. And I was like, what is this? Like, why is this guy attacking me? Because I don't have a platform at this time. I'm not an influential guy or anything. And so then I put out another tweet similar. I said something like, if you're China first, you should live in China. If you're
Agreed.
Mexico first, you should live in
I
Mexico. If you're
agree.
Israel first,
I
maybe you
agree.
should go live in Israel.
Fully
And
agree.
again, he quote tweets me and says, "You're an anti-Semite."
Yeah, and that's the problem because let's be honest. Nick made a really good point. If you have the interest of another country before our country, why are you here? Because the only exception I really get is if it's another foreign leader coming to the U.S. to like meet, talk about policy, talk to the president. Because then having your country's interests first makes sense because all you are is just a visitor talking to our president. But why would you live here in America to purposefully benefit the country you're from instead of like benefiting America first? And I see that as a huge problem because at the end of the day, America is the reason so many people have many opportunities that they never would have had any other country. But instead of respecting America, they instead like throw all this shit at America, say, "Oh, America sucks. America's the worst place ever. I hate America." While then having total loyalty towards whatever goddamn country they are from. But then, the moment they face deportation, they start crying and get mad about it because why are you gonna deport me to my country? That's for people that came here illegally, but why are you gonna deport me to my country, which I've been shitting on yours for, by saying my country's better than yours? But then the moment that you're going back to your country, you get mad, you complain, and you whine that you're being sent back to your country, even though you basically say, "Hey, this country is better than America." Like, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
That same night?
This was, I think, a couple weeks later. Happened a little bit further down the line. And so,
were you surprised that he knew you were?
Yeah, I was. I was surprised at why he cared.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm thinking, how does he even know who I am or what I'm about? And it turned out that Cassie Dillon, she had texted him earlier and she wanted him to take me under his wing. She texted him after that debate and said, you really like this guy. He's amazing. He did this great debate. She goes, but he's a little too pro-Trump. He's a little too Trumpy. And he goes, I'll take a look. And so I guess the two of them were kind of like grooming me in a sense.
Makes sense.
They wanted me to go maybe and be a Daily Wire or maybe looking me as a potential conservative activist or influencer.
Mm-hmm.
And so they started paying attention to me. And the more critical of Israel I was, I started to get this really intense pushback from the both of them and from a lot of the people at Daily Wire.
Why do you think, so you're an 18-year-old college freshman, you're clearly talented and you're engaged, you're really interested, and you ask not crazy questions.
Yep.
Like, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
And rather than explain it, they just call you a racist, call you an anti-Semite. Like, that's the first response. That seems like the least effective. Well, it turned out to be not very effective in your case, but that seems like the least effective thing you could do. Why do you think they did that?
Well, I think that you have to look at it not in retrospect because hindsight is 2020. And so looking back, you could say they made a terrible mistake because look at sort of what they provoked or what they catalyzed. But at that time, you got to consider I'm 18 with no following, with no network. I'm coming from the suburbs of Chicago. My parents didn't go to college. I have no connections. And so for them, it was very easy that if they detected that a promising young guy was going to become anti-Israel in the conservative movement, they could crush that person easily and grind them under the heel. So they sort of were alerted, oh, there's a precocious young guy that isn't on board with Israel. We'll keep an eye on him. And if he gets too vocal or popular, we'll cut him down. We'll crush him. Because at this time, as you know, in 2017, it's a very different time. 2016, 17, any criticism or dissent on the subject was a death sentence. You became radioactive, unhireable, blacklisted. And that's exactly what happened. And basically from then on, it was just this escalating series of blacklisting, censorship, hit pieces, rumors to try to ostracize me from the movement. And
while you're a college student?
Yes. as a freshman, yeah.
Yep.
Most coffee companies sell weakness, watered-down drinks from faceless corporations that don't care about you or your family. Black
Rifle coffee, nice.
Bragg is in this cup
I
right here.
actually
very
like Black
different.
Rifle.
It's roasted and brewed in this country without apology by patriotic men and women. The coffee is built by people who love the U.S. and know what it means to fight for it. We know them. We know the guys who run it. We've known them for a long time, and we know this is true. They're Special Forces veterans, ranchers, just decent people. They're the best of us, and the coffee is strong. The energy drinks, ooh, even stronger. It's not sugar water, not empty marketing. Fuel for people who get up early, work late, keep this nation running. Every purchase helps support veterans, first responders, law enforcement. From bold roast to ready-to-drink cans, mugs, T-shirts, gear.
I actually support Black Rifle. I actually like this one. So I'll definitely give this one the green light. Unlike the chips, because I never tried those.
Black Rifle makes products with pride. Can a lot of companies say that? No, they can't. Visit blackrifle.com. Use code Tucker for 30% off your first order. That's blackriflecoffee.com. Code Tucker, or pick it up at your local convenience or grocery store. You will love it. So looking back with that 2020 hindsight, I mean, Ben Shapiro seems like a big part of your political evolution.
Yes.
You went from a fan / acolyte to an opponent and then just pivoted against everything that he believes.
Yeah, it was because it was this new dialectic that Trump forced.
Yeah.
Trump planted the seed.
And the seed was America first.
Yes.
Yep.
So once you accept that, a lot of the way we're doing things becomes impossible to support or justify.
Right. The contradiction becomes apparent. It gets moved to the center and it becomes unignorable if you're consistent.
So what kind of efforts did they make to make you go away?
So this is a couple of months down the line. You know, first they would try to dissuade me from asking questions because I was friends with a lot of the Daily Wire writers, not just Cassie Dillon, but many of them were Jewish. And I would ask them point blank. I would say, so why do we give Israel all this money? $3.8 billion per year? What is that for? And they would say, well, you know.
And not only that, but like, there's a lot of countries we give money to in it. I'm just going to say this. We need to stop giving money to countries. Let's see. Let me get this. But, oh, I spelled money wrong. Man, that's actually sad. That's actually sad. Here it is. Foreign aid. But now we get here, and oh, I guess this is foreign aid, not military aid. Okay, whatever. But in terms of foreign aid, you can see Ukraine, #1. Jordan, Congo, blah, blah, blah. Look, millions. And I'm just going to say this. Like, why are we giving so many of these people money? Like, oh, we give El Salvador. All right, let's be on Mexico too. What the fuck? Like, let's be honest. Anyone who isn't an extraordinarily good U.S. ally, I don't agree in giving money to. Like, that's the whole thing. I don't know why we give money to all these freaking places. Here's a good example. Like, I'll say this. Let me see if I can find it. Like, Dominican Republic, I at least get a bit because when we blew up that fucking boat and the fentanyl, like, Dominican Republic got the fentanyl for us and hid it there. I at least get that, but why Mexico? Why Mexico? That's a terrible ally. They're dickheads. They're happily letting like drug cartels do whatever they want on our borders, kidnap people, you know, all that bullshit. Why are we giving money to them? Like, there's so many countries that we should not be giving aid to. Let me see if I could find military aid now. Yeah. Ignore that atrocious ass spelling. Ignore that Atrocious ass spelling. Here, U.S. foreign assistance by a country. Let's see if we can find Israel in this one. Here, Israel. Yeah. Here is another one. Obligations, 3 billion. Yeah, obviously that. We gave this to Israel, foreign aid, you see. Blah, blah, blah. There. All these things. And what my opinion simply is we need to stop giving so much aid to other countries. Like, we need to just do something to be like, hey, look, you see how you guys been getting a free ride on everything we've ever done ever in America? Well, look, if you're not if you're not a 100% useful American ally, we need to stop giving money to all of them.
There's a really good answer for that, but you're asking it in the wrong way. You're asking it in an anti-Semitic way. I'd say I'm asking for the proof. What's the argument there? And so first it was the sort of, hey man, could you kind of tone it down? Maybe just don't bring that up so much. But I was persistent because at this time I was genuinely inquisitive. I wanted to know, is there an actual reason? And I was actually expecting that there was a really good reason for all of it. And the more that I read, the more that I dug into the subject, the more I found out there's a lot of these neocon Jewish types behind the Iraq war. There's the foreign aid complex, which is really unique. There's AIPAC, which is this intense foreign lobby where it's bipartisan. It seems to be the only thing that the parties can agree on. And so it just made me burn more with curiosity. So I just kept asking them. And eventually they said, you know what? We're not going to talk to you anymore. And these are my friends. I met them, went to Christmas parties with them. And all of them one day said, you're done. We're blocking you. We're never going to speak to you again.
Sad.
We're never going to have you on our show.
I was going to say this. It's in retrospect, it's a good thing he lost them as friends, because if they're not willing to stick with you, fuck them. Fuck every last one of them. If someone is not 100% willing to stick with you, especially if you did nothing evil or wrong, cut them out of your life permanently. Whether it's your family, whether it's your girlfriend, whether it's your friends, cut them off. You do not need parasites who only are interested in you if they can extract resources or get something out of you. But the moment where, like, let's say you have a little bit of negative attention for something that you never did anything wrong on, like, fuck all of them. Leave them. Have a no bullshit policy.
And I said, wow, like this seems like inhuman. I'm struck by how impersonal this is. Like here, I thought we're friends, we're all conservatives. Maybe we disagree on one issue. Now I'm being canceled by the right. So I was shocked by this.
When was this?
This was February or March 2017.
So you're still a freshman in college?
Yes.
Are you even paying attention to college at this point?
No, not at all. And my grades started to suffer because I was just really focused on this.
So that's pretty young to get canceled and pretty young to have friendships destroyed over politics. Like that's usually, like decades down the line.
Right.
What did you do?
Well, I just became more emboldened. And so I took this story on my show. At this time, I was on RSBN and I had this show, which I named after the inaugural. It's called America First. And I would kind of subtly bring up the Israel topic and say, this is something you're not allowed to talk about. This seems like an apparent contradiction. It's a big problem. And they escalated their attacks. Cassie Dillon would call my boss, who she was friends with, at RSBN every day for weeks, saying, you'll never believe what Nick said on his show tonight. It's so racist. It's so bad. You got to take him off the air. It's going to make you look bad. And I would then get word from my boss, Joe Seals. He was the founder at Right Side. And he would call me up and say, I don't know what has gotten into Cassie. I thought you guys were friends. But she is calling me every day hysterically, demanding that I fire you. And I was like, wow. So
I'll say boss move. Hopefully this doesn't end with Nick getting fired, because if your boss is willing to tell you this beforehand, I hope this doesn't go to, and then he fired me. I hope it goes to, oh, my boss was like, no, I'm gonna stand by my employee. He's cool. We like him, and we're not gonna do what you say. I hope it ends that way.
It just keeps getting worse. It starts with this like, they're very weird about the subject. Then they don't want to talk to me. Then they're trying to get me fired. And I'm thinking, okay, so clearly what I'm asking about, there's some truth there that they don't want.
I should have asked you this earlier. Did anyone during the course of, pre-cancellation say to you, here are the reasons? You're not asking the question correctly, but there are reasons that our foreign aid to Israel is so high. Like, and here's what they are.
They did, but in a very general and vague way. As you know, it's never specific. They would say things like, well, they're our partner in the Middle East. They're a democracy.
I'll give you guys my personal opinion. It's probably related to military surveillance. It probably is. Because the way I think about it is Israel probably spies on everywhere on the Middle East, and we use that information to have contact with that part of the world as well as closer to Russia. I'm going to say that's probably why. That and, military equipment, like military grade equipment that they make. Because they make some pretty, high-tech shit. I believe that's the main reason why. I also believe it might be because, unlike the presidency, when it comes to Israel, their leaders are more long term. So if we have more long term leaders, maybe they could have more influence here. Like, there is something, but yeah, whether you question it or not, it's fully up to you. But yeah, there is this weird, but I said this weird relationship where we benefit each other, but sometimes we work at the detriment of each other, and it's weird as hell.
Democracy in the Middle East, just as very vague. It's rhetorical. And I read The Israel Lobby by Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, and they break it down very succinctly that there's no real strategic benefit. Actually, there's strategic liability. Eastern Mediterranean is not a strategically important region. The intelligence that Israel provides is not useful. Actually, it's detrimental because they frequently lie. The technology we give them, they pass along to the Chinese, which was a big scandal.
Oh, I did not know that part.
So I would give them all this and say, yeah, that's not adding up. And they would say, yeah, well, you really just can't talk about that.
Your friend said that to you?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so what happened to your job? The Right Side Broadcasting gig?
Eventually I got fired. I got kicked out.
Why?
Because one of these clips that Cassie Dillon had a problem with, she ran it up the flagpole. She took it to me.
Oh, Karen-ass behavior. Fucking Karen. Fuck you. Fuck that. Goddamn Karen. Holy crap.
Media Matters, actually, which is a left-wing outfit. They're like a cancel mill. And
wait, the Daily Wire person took it to Media Matters?
Yes.
Are you sure?
I'm 99% sure.
Damn.
Huh. What was the clip?
It was a clip, ironically, where I was talking about the travel ban, the so-called Muslim ban, and I was defending it. And I said that the First Amendment does not protect foreign nationals. It doesn't protect Salafists, Wahhabis. Right? He's like, I said, they're saying that there's a constitutional right for radical Muslims to come here. And I said that, how are they protected by the First Amendment? They're foreign nationals. And
exactly. Here's my thought. Any and every amendment in the U.S., this is how we should apply it. If you're a permanent resident or a citizen, you get them. If you're an illegal immigrant or a person from another country who says, oh, I hate America, and you want to protest on America when you're on a visa or some shit, we should kick you out. Because, these constitutional protections should only be based off of permanent residents because they paid their dues, they did all their paperwork to stay here forever. And citizens because they're citizens and they should stay here forever. When it comes to Chinese students promoting communism or all that shit, some of you might have heard, but it happened where a bunch of people caught it and they told the FBI about it, and I think they were deported. But yeah, these people no free speech protection. I don't believe in free speech protection for people who are not of the jurisdiction of the United States. That's some bullshit. It applies to us, not you.
The authorial intent of the First Amendment was actually not even to protect that to begin with. It's kind of anti-Christendom radical ideology. So it's something, ironically, that probably Shapiro and Cassie would agree with, but they recognize the currency that a clip like that would have with the left, because the left could say, you're Islamophobic, you're racist.
So she brought that to the left, saying, look at this guy. It's not that he's anti-Israel, but he's anti-Muslim.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's very interesting.
Yes.
And so that clip appears on Media Matters, which at the time, I was the subject of a lot of attacks from them at the time. And people kind of listened to them.
Yeah.
Including on the right, they listened to them.
Yes.
So what happened?
So I had to write an apology. Mm-hmm. My boss called me up and said, you need to apologize for what you said.
For being anti-Muslim.
Yes.
That bullshit.
And so I didn't write, I'm sorry, but I had to write something like, well, I should have chosen my words more carefully and this, that, and the other. And ultimately, then they fired me
anyway.
A couple weeks later. Yeah.
And what was the pretext for that?
Well, they wanted to get in the White House press office. They wanted a press pass. And they said, the stuff you're saying on the show isn't like a good look for Right Side. They're not going to let us into the White House if you're with us.
But the pressure in this scenario came exclusively from the Daily Wire.
Yes. Yes, because, and here's how I know why. My show got maybe 100 live viewers every night.
Not a powerhouse show.
No.
Damn, yeah, that ain't nothing.
The Media Matters was not on.
Just like me.
They were put onto me by people in the right that wanted me canceled.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. So then what do? You're failing in school. Your show just got canceled. What's your plan now?
So I dropped out. I didn't,
college.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And I hated college, and it was very expensive. Even I had a substantial scholarship, but it was still expensive, and I didn't like it. So my plan was that I was going to go to a different college. I might work for a year, make some money. And eventually I got the show back about a month later. They came back, and by popular demand from my 100 viewers who were very dedicated, Right Side offered me the show back. And so I took the show again over the summer. And then I applied for a job at the Leadership Institute. That was kind of the next big saga.
But you didn't get that job?
No, I did not get the job.
Why?
Well, I was told, because I knew people that worked there, that were field representatives there. Mm-hmm. It was a field representative job. And so I went out for a job training at the end of July 2017. So after that second semester, and I applied for this field rep job. It was this 2-week training. And I go there, and on the first day of the whole thing, they go around the room of all the prospective applicants. It's like a big tryout, basically, for 2 weeks. And they wanted to get everybody to break the ice and know each other. So we did introductions. They said, say your name, how old you are, and why you're a conservative. And at this time, people are not where, let's say, we are right now. They're not America first. They're not anything like, they're not talking about great replacement. That's not on the radar for them. You go around the room and you hear stuff.
I'll give you guys, just for anyone who doesn't know, the great replacement theory is basically that, like, it's kind of a bit of what I said first, which was, like, as you see, the more immigrants you have, the more that America changes forcibly, because it becomes less American and more like immigrants basically bring their country into America, and then they make little versions of their countries in America. So if you have enough of that, eventually the American population is going to be gone, because it's all just a bunch of immigrants who just happen to live in America, that don't love America, don't have the interest of America. They say their country is better, but they don't want to go back to their country. Basically that. Like, you're going to be replaced, you're going to be outbred by these immigrants that have 8 kids while you guys struggle to have 1. And then there's also, like, we're going to benefit them by a bunch of tax incentives, giving them free housing, giving them your money from the American people so they could live off of it. Yeah, it sucked.
About small government, free markets, personal responsibility, that sort of thing. And they get to me and I said, well, I'm a conservative because we're losing our civilization because of mass immigration. Mm-hmm. America doesn't resemble America anymore. France is no longer France. I said, and if we don't conserve the demographics Forget about the rest. That's what we need to conserve. And I said that. And I was told later on that at that moment, I was immediately disqualified by the people that
Fuck.
were running the job training.
On
That's
what
bullshit.
grounds?
They said that was too far right. That was too extreme.
Worrying about who?
Bro, that's not too far right. That's perfectly justified. Keep Mexico, Mexico. Keep Israel, Israel. Keep Russia, Russia. Keep France, France. Keep America, America. Like, it's like, I hate this stupid idea that like people think, oh, America is a melting pot. Oh, the entire world should no, fuck no. The entire world should not be here. America is for Americans first. Everyone else should be right after we fix every issue in America.
Lives in your country is far right?
Apparently.
When we started this show, we were looking for a very
Yeah.
specific sponsor. We wanted to find a company that could send
Ooh,
us
let's see this
good meat. Better than anything you could buy in a grocery store that didn't have a lot of weird hormones in it
Yep.
or chemicals, just good meat from the United States. And we found one, and we are proud to partner with them. They're called Merriweather Farms, and they
Never
produce
heard of this
all
one.
natural beef. And we are proud to be in business with them. We eat it. Our viewers have been buying it and loving it. We've got all kinds of positive reviews. Again, this is a sponsor we're proud to have. So Merriweather Farms is out with a new product. In addition to the steaks that we have almost every night here and the burgers all shipped directly to your house, they have a new line of snacks, including single-serve beef sticks, one of which is right here on the table. Unlike store-bought alternatives, which you can buy at convenience stores, these are made in the United States in Wyoming at their facility. And they're free of
Ooh.
nitrates, MSG,
Nice.
mystery meat, and other weird stuff you don't want in
Nice.
your mouth. Like all the products at
Oh wait, before I continue, one thing I really like, I never watched Tucker Carlson's show fully, but I like how all his food is made in America. Dude, Tucker Carlson, you are doing a great job by showing your America first, by even your sponsors. Like even if I haven't tried out the other two, I like that he is sponsoring America. Like I love that. I freaking love that. If it was like, oh, made in China, I'd like fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Well, yeah, let's
Merriweather
continue.
Farms makes, they are made fresh. They've got simple ingredients, all of which you can pronounce and recognize, and they're delicious and good for you. If you use our special promo code TCN10 at checkout, they're about $1.50 a piece. It's a perfect on-the-go protein boost if you need one, or if you've got kids or on sports, want something to keep in your car or truck. Super easy and good for you. Check out Merriweather Farms today. You will taste the difference. It's, again, better than anything you can buy at the grocery store, and it comes right to your house. Go to merriweatherfarms.com/Tucker and use the promo code TCN10 for a discount. That's Merriweather Farms, MERIWETHER, farms.com/Tucker.
Nice.
So where does that leave you ideologically? Like, how are you changing at this point?
So at this point, I'm realizing that something is deeply wrong here in the conservative movement, because we were led to believe in those days of the campus culture wars and Gamergate and all that, is that we're the marketplace of ideas and we're about free speech and the rest of it. And here I am being like nuked from orbit by Ben Shapiro as a kid.
Yeah. And that sucks, because I'm gonna be honest, I did not even know about this part, because probably it was such a niche thing at the time that nobody really had an idea of. Like I didn't even know this part of Nick's upbringing, because I never looked this deep into him. But I can see why he has so much hate and resentment for Ben Shapiro now. It's starting to make sense. It's like Ben Shapiro was this guy who enlightened me, who taught me, who basically raised me into the person I am today, who I took a lot of inspiration from. And then out of nowhere, you find small inconsistencies in his ideology that he's supposed to be a supporter of. And now you're here thinking, why is he canceling me? I thought cancel culture was bad. Why is he mad at me for talking about this? I thought like he was for free speech. And it's one of those moments where the teacher teaches you everything, and he teaches you too well, to the point where now the student realizes small inconsistencies of their teacher, and then he turns against them. And I'm glad Nick got a lot of attention because it does fight back against Ben Shapiro in certain aspects because, like, let's be honest, Nick should be pointing out these inconsistencies, and he should be pointing out these problems that Ben Shapiro has in his ideology that just don't make sense considering the messaging he's bringing. And yeah, fully support it. Now Nick is basically Anakin versus Oni. Now this is basically Anakin versus Obi-Wan in terms of former student and guy who looked up to you now hates you, and now his ideology has heavily changed.
And for asking what I thought were reasonable questions, because I didn't come from some strange background. I come from a normal home. My parents are Catholic. They're married. We came from a relatively affluent suburb. I went to Lyons Township. That's like a very affluent high school. In other words, I didn't wake up as like the son of William Luther Pierce. I wasn't like a skinhead or something. I was like a normal guy that was like, yeah, like country's too diverse. We're too pro-Israel. Like this is reasonable.
Yep.
And I was just getting sandbagged for it and blacklisted. And what's more, nobody cared. Like, because I remember going on Twitter and saying like, why isn't anyone sticking up for me? Where's Dave Rubin? The free speech warrior. Where's he on this one? Where's Shapiro?
Nowhere.
Where's all these people? And in some way, they were all sort of complicit in this. So I realized that the conservative movement was completely bankrupt in that way.
Yeah, well,
and I became very radical.
Well, you became. I mean, let me just say, I'm so familiar with. I was much older when it happened to me, and much more insulated.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you this. I know about Tucker's very well. This man carried Fox News on his back for God knows how many years. He was like the most beloved conservative speaker. And out of nowhere, every news media wanted to cancel Tucker Carlson. I think it was either 2016 or after. But they all simultaneously wanted to cancel him, and eventually Fox News caved in and got rid of him. Even though he carried that company on his back for so long. Like, there's a certain period where if you look at Fox News, you'll always see Tucker Carlson's face on every single bit of it. Like, I remember, because I used to watch Fox News, and it was always Tucker Carlson, Tucker Carlson, Tucker Carlson. And then eventually, they kicked him out. It was either when Trump's presidency finished, or like a little before it. I don't remember the exact date, but that did happen.
I was not a college student. I was like 45. So, and I was in a much better place to withstand the pressure. But I do think and I want to, this is my main question to you, is when you get attacked, when people call you names, like they always called me racist, and I would always think to myself, I'm actually not. I would tell you if I was racist. I'm a little sexist, but I'm not racist. And I never understood why they did that. And then I thought maybe the point is to make me racist. Where you just get to a point where you're like, well, if you're going to slander me, then I'll just become the thing you're calling me. I do think that's a feature of human nature, don't you?
Yeah. And that is also like, the whole point is not, I know, the whole point of that is not really a good faith argument. It's kind of like how they call Trump Nazi, or they'll call you sexist, racist, Islamophobic, homophobic, anti-immigrant. Like all these labels, the specific purpose is not, not really to offend you or make you angry in general. It's to get the lowest common denominator, dumbest people with the lowest IQ to be like, oh, buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. Oh, he's this buzzword. Oh, you're this, you're this, you're this, you're this. It's basically to shut down conversation and make these people who think they're ideologically superior to you think they have a point by just saying, oh, you're Islamophobic. That's evil. That dumb thing. It's specifically for that. It's specifically that people who can't think for themselves and are stuck in this, you know, are stuck in this basically factory of you're gonna be my ideological slave. Like they say these talking points. They're not free thinkers. They're thinkers that are free to say what you want. In which case they're useful idiots because they help you bring your ideology to life without you having to do the effort yourself.
And if you stare too intently at the accusers, at the, whatever Ben Shapiro's or Mark Levin's or Ted Cruz or whoever it is calling you names, it like distorts you and you actually change and become what they say you are. Have you thought that ever? Do you worry that that happened to you?
No, I don't think it ever did because I know who I am. I had a very firm grounding of what I'm about, which is that I was deeply Catholic, and I still am, deeply patriotic and pro-American. And I don't consider myself temperamentally to be an angry or a hateful person. So I never, in other words, lost my center. You know, they say this thing about you look into the abyss and the abyss stares back into you. That never really happened to me. I was frustrated. I was frustrated because I felt like I was being denied a level playing field, opportunity, and it wasn't fair. I felt like I was right. And these people that were basically hypocrites, grifters, not really conservative, they were controlling the conversation, and as a consequence, they were controlling the Republican movement. And I really perceive this as like an urgent crisis, because if we wanted Trump to deliver America first, to realize it, it had to, the Trump movement had to transform the conservative movement to reflect the victory that Trump won.
So, and I won't keep torturing you with biographical questions, but I do want to, like, so how your show gets canceled, you drop out of college, you have no money, you decide you want to work at the Leadership Institute, which is like a conservative think tank or some organization of longstanding in Arlington, Virginia. Can't get the job there because you're worried about immigration. It's all pretty amazing. And then, like, where does that leave you? How did you succeed?
Well, I continued doing my show. I did it independently.
What does that mean? How do you do it? How do you do a show independently? Like, how did you do it?
I started a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I was in my parents' basement. And
me too.
I put up a green.
Well, not really. I live by myself.
Screen. I got my computer, webcam, and I just started going live every night in the same way that I did at RSBN. I just did it on my own channel where I had creative control over it. And at that point, I basically mounted an attack on the conservative establishment from the outside. I sort of realized that there's sort of two ways you could play this. You could infiltrate the conservative movement. I could recant all my views and apologize and pretend to be one of them and bypass the gatekeepers, the censors. I said, or I could kind of be in the wilderness and I would be alone and I would be radioactive, but I could challenge the credibility and legitimacy of the conservative movement and its claim to represent conservatives. And that was kind of the mission, was to say, no, the immovable standard is America first. I'm going to represent it. And the conservative movement is going to have to move to me. I will not move towards them. And I thought maybe I'll make money and maybe I won't, but I'm going to try it for a couple of years and I'll see how it goes.
So, but the sight picture in your head was enemy is conservative movement.
Yes.
Do you think that was a good choice?
Yes, absolutely.
Rather than like, but why not like Antifa?
I mean, look at this man now. Like, I mean, look at his popularity skyrocketed, man, skyrocketed. The whole thing was maybe he wasn't popular at first, but this man slowly gained the reputation, and eventually now he's so big he can't be ignored by anybody. And that's what I love. And especially with Elon Musk buying Twitter and then Nick Fuentes being allowed on Twitter. Oh, yeah. It gave him even more power and more credibility. Elon Musk has done so much for like every conservative, everyone who's America first, every libertarian, every single person. Because social media was always censored in a way to get rid of conservative voices or limit conservative voices. because, they're the bad guys because these messages don't sound nice. But now it's the opposite. We are the good guys and we are taking over everything. And the whole thing is we may have varying ideas of how we do it, but we generally like America. We generally like the family sticking together, the nuclear family and all that.
Were,
we generally support a huge army because if your army is weak and pathetic, let's be honest, China or Russia would take us over. The difference is some people want it to take over other countries while other people want it just to defend us and scare the shit out of other countries.
I don't know, Anti-Defamation League, or there are a lot of institutions on like George Soros. Like, why would it be their conservative establishment? Why did you think that was important?
Well, I kind of took a page from Trump's playbook, which is that you have to, in the country, the left was hegemonic over all the institutions. And you have this organized opposition to the left and the Democrats and all the left-wing controlled institutions. And the organized opposition comes from movement conservatism, the Republican Party, Fox News, the sort of constellation of conservative institutions. And I said, the problem is, whether you go Democrat or you go Republican, you're kind of just like getting the same thing. You're getting the establishment effectively.
Exactly. I was say that, yeah. Here's a little known fact about, I'm sorry to like pause so much. I'm sorry if you're getting annoyed by me pausing too much. But here's a little thing about, like, I would say about Bill Clinton to Barack Obama, which actually makes kind of sense. But during Bill Clinton's term, they were actually starting to question into Iraq and wanting to start the Iraq War. Then during Bush's term, they actually started the Iraq War. But then after Obama's term, he said he would end it, but it took up to 2010, and he still kept occupation of it for a while. And then if you look at currently, what you see is when Trump got into office, George Bush didn't like him, Bill Clinton didn't like him, Obama didn't like him. And you got to this weird thing where, why is Bush more on the side of them than us? And the simple answer is because Bush is a rhino. Bush is a neocon. Bill Clinton is a rhino and a neocon. Obama is the same thing. Like, while you got different messaging and a few different policies, overall, these guys had a lot of similar goals between each other. Neocon, rhinos, all this stuff. We're going to do this. We're going to take over this country. And the thing was, like, once you noticed it, you realize why a lot of MAGA people, like me specifically, I hate Bush. I also hate Obama. I'd say Bill Clinton's term was good, but it's mostly because probably at the time it was harder to get away with being as sketchy as Bush and Obama were. Because at the time, the standard was so much higher to the point he had to be a good president. But something happened where too many presidents became, establishment shills rather than people fighting for the Americans.
The opposition is basically controlled or moderated. It's not authentic opposition. It's not a true alternative. And so I said, we, and by we, I mean the true America First nationalists, we need to fight for the mantle of the opposition. And then leading the opposition, then we can take the fight to the left as the conservatives, as the Republicans, whatever. But first, you have to win that internal battle among the audience that the conservatives have. Because that's really the problem, is that they have usurped. The base is extremely conservative, extremely anti-left. But the Republican Party, like those that represent them, are not at all. A lot of them are atheists, a lot of them are gay, a lot of them are feminists. And so I said, like, we kind of need to rally, like Trump did, rally the base against the establishment, and then take the fight to the left as the true alternative. And if you can win that, then you win the country. That was kind of Trump's model.
What did you see as like the most important gatekeepers that needed to be overturned pushed aside in order to do this?
It was the Zionist Jews, like Dave Rubin, like Ben Shapiro, like Dennis Prager. It was these the guys that were really controlling the media apparatus that seemed to me to be the biggest impediment.
Fox is not a Jewish business, though.
Well, Rupert Murdoch is an ally of Netanyahu, so he's aligned.
Yeah.
And he owns the whole News Corp empire. So, and yeah, he's certainly a part of it also.
I mean, Dave Rubin, though, does he matter?
No, not really.
Right. I mean, Dave Rubin is like, I don't know. Do people watch Dave Rubin?
They did back then. I mean, because you got to consider they were kind of like the ascendant new media, you know? They represented the next big thing.
I mean, and Ben Shapiro seems irrelevant to me now.
But back then, for the young,
guess that's
was huge.
true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, he was
maybe you
fucking
won.
huge.
Oh, certainly.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that many Americans thought they were inherently safe from the kinds of disasters you hear about all the time in third world countries. A total power loss, for example, or people freezing to death in their own homes. That could never happen here. Obviously, it's America.
Nah, it could happen.
People are recalculating, unfortunately, because they have no choice. The last few years have taught us that. Remember when the power grid in Texas failed in the dead of winter? Yeah, it happened, and it could happen again.
Yep.
So the government is not actually as reliable as you hope they would be.
Of course they're not. Of course they're not. They've never been. And the people who think the government can solve every one of their problems are the reason that the government will eventually take away all your rights, strip everything from you, and then turn you into a third world country like the goddamn UK. We don't want that.
And the truth is, the future is unforeseeable, and things do seem to be getting a little squirrely. So if the grid does go down, you need power you can trust. Last Country Supply's newest product is designed for exactly that. The Grid Doctor is a 3,300-watt battery backup system that will power full-size appliances, medical devices, and tools with clean, reliable power. It's even EMP protected. That means it's shielded from lightning, solar flares, or an actual electromagnetic pulse event. There's no gasoline, no noise, no emissions. You just plug it in, charge it from the wall, from your vehicle, or from the included 200-watt solar panel, and keep going day after day. Taking care of yourself and the people you love is solely up to you. And the amazing thing is, with these new batteries, we use one at home, by the way, is they're super easy to use. There's no inverter you need to figure out on the front of it or anything like that. There's like 3 buttons. It's very easy and totally reliable. Highly recommended. We literally use one, as I said.
I will keep this in mind. I'll take a look into it because I actually like backup power banks and all that stuff. Hey, Tucker Carlson, I'm putting faith in you, man. Don't screw me over.
Visit lastcountrysupply.com to shop the Grid Doctor for power you can trust this winter. lastcountrysupply.com. So here's my question. So I look at the landscape now and the people I see as, I'll narrow it down to foreign policy. Okay. Who is effectively opposing neoconservative foreign policy, which has been the dominant foreign policy of the United States for my entire life, which has been so destructive, I think, and I've seen it.
Neocons
who are the voices who are sincere in their opposition to that and who have some ability to change the country's orientation on foreign policy? And those would include Marjorie Taylor Greene, J.D. Vance, Matt Gaetz, me. But you've attacked all of those people.
Yeah.
Why would you, and almost Joe Kent, those strike me as someone who's really interested in this topic. I'm not that interested in the Jews, but I'm very interested in the foreign policy question. Those seem like the most sincere people. Those seem like the only hope of the country to get away from this destructive, really self-destructive cycle. Why attack them?
Well, in short, they attacked me first.
Yeah, but who cares?
Well,
damn. Okay, I respect that. If you attack me, I'm gonna attack you back. I respect that from Nick. I respect that. Oh, hey, you thought you were gonna nuke me by your little opinion. I'm gonna throw a train at you and fuck you over. Man, now it all makes sense. They just attacked him first. Damn. Man, that was kind of funny.
Well, let's take Joe Kent.
I mean, you attack me constantly.
Well,
and I'm like, I don't really give a shit. I want to meet the guy.
You attacked me first, too.
No. But what I'm saying is I'm not whining about it.
Sure.
I'm just saying, like, so. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't say so because, like, take Joe Kent, for instance. I supported Joe Kent, and I talked to Joe Kent. I got introduced to him by Matt Brainerd. Matt Brainerd went to my conference in 2021. He bought a table.
Was he his campaign manager?
He was.
Okay.
Or he was a consultant, but he was on the campaign, yeah. And so I met Matt Brainerd. He liked me a lot. He loved my conference in February 21, which he bought a table at for his organization, Look Ahead America. And in 2021, and by we, I mean my nonprofit and myself and my team, we wanted to support America First candidates in the midterms. Like you said, authentic opponents.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's how I found Joe Kent.
Yes. And so I met a lot of the people in that sort of scene, like Ryan Gerdusky, I know is very supportive of Joe Kent, and other people that are more private, I don't want to name, but they put me on, not just to Joe Kent, but Patrick Witt in Georgia, Gibbs in Michigan, a lot of different people. And Joe Kent was one of them. And I had a phone call with Joe Kent. And I told him, I had my assistant on the phone too, who's Jewish, by the way, just because I want you to know I'm cool like that. I don't judge. But, so I'm on the phone with Joe, and I said, look, we support you. And
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Nick. But you have to go. You have to go now. You have to go now. You work for Israel, Nick. You have to go now too, man. It's over, man. Your career is over. Get the fuck out of here.
We want to do everything we can to help you. We want to have my followers knock on doors for you. We want to boost your social media. Anything that you need, we want to help you. I said, and we don't even want to be publicly associated. I said, because we know that might hurt you. I said, the only thing that we ask in return is you can't disavow me if the media asks. And you can say whatever you need to say, but you can't disavow. And he said, yeah, I totally agree with you, because if we start disavowing each other, then we're just going to eat each other alive and the left wins. We're in agreement. And a couple months later, Joe tweeted in support of me, because I had been banned on all social media. I was on the no-fly list. So he said something on Twitter like, Nick Fuentes shouldn't be banned. He should not be censored. A month after that, I put out on Twitter, I said, Joe Kent is one of the most impressive America First candidates that's running in 22. Well, fast forward a whole year later, I do my annual conference, AFPAC, in February 22. Marjorie Taylor Greene attends. It's we had 1,200 people, and it got a lot of media attention. And I'm driving home, because I'm on the no-fly list at this time. I'm driving home from Florida.
Can I ask you to pause? By no-fly list, you mean not extra scrutiny, but like not allowed to fly in airplanes in the United States?
Not allowed to fly, yes.
How old were you?
I was 23.
Did you have any felony convictions?
No.
Okay. I wasn't even aware that
Bullshit.
could happen. How long were you not allowed to fly in airplanes in the United States?
1 year.
It's really crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, I just want to get that out there.
No, yeah, it's brutal.
And you confirm that you were not allowed to fly in airplanes?
Yes,
period.
I have the letter from the TSA, yeah. I was on the do not board list.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's crazy. But so anyway, so I'm driving home from Florida after my conference, and I get people start texting me. Joe Kent is on Twitter, and he says, I condemn Nick Fuentes, especially his views on Israel. That's the tweet. And I texted Joe, and I said, seriously? And he texts me back, and he says, we win by addition, not subtraction. I go, well, you just subtracted me out of the movement. I said, because I don't support you anymore. He goes back for seconds.
Gosh.
He goes on Twitter and says, Nick Fuentes and his focus on race and religion does not fit with my message of inclusive populism.
Oh, my God.
Inclusive populism. That doesn't sound like authentic America First. That sounds like bullshit to me.
It sounds like everyone else first.
I don't know. I know he's your friend, but I don't know him that well. And
right.
I'm not on the team.
Well, so my read on Joe Kent was he's totally sincere. He, like me, has always been committed to separating out like foreign policy views from ethnicity not because, I mean, obviously I'm denounced as an anti-Semite every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really care what ADL thinks of me, but my Christian faith tells me
ADL is trash.
There's no such thing as blood guilt. And
that's true.
Virtue or sin is not inherited. It's not a feature of DNA. So every person must be assessed individually as God assesses each person individually. And that's like a foundational view. So I always thought it's great to criticize and it's question like our relationship with Israel because it's insane and it hurts us. We get nothing out of it. I completely agree with you there. But the second you're like, well, actually, it's the Jews. First of all, it's against my Christian faith. Like, I just don't believe that and I never will, period. And second, then it becomes a way to discredit. That's when I was like, this guy's a Fed. I was totally convinced you were a Fed because I was like, here he's bear hugging like the one sincere guy who lost his wife in Syria thanks to the fucking crazy wars, neocon wars. And he's discredited. He's doing the David Duke. Like David Duke would always, every time I rolled out a new show, he would issue an endorsement of the show. I've never.
Oh, David Duke. Oh, for anyone who doesn't know. Okay. I'm like 99% sure. There's a 1% I'm off. But David Duke is, if he hugs you, if he shakes hands with you, he discredits you because his reputation is so bad that once people see that with you, they'll be like, oh, you're a racist, you're a Nazi. Anyways, I'm 99% sure. There is a 1% I'm off on this. I will say that.
Met the guy. What's that? Well, it's the Feds. Obviously, he's trying to destroy me by association. Whatever. You see the point?
Yep.
Yeah, but so let me ask you this. So if I'm supporting Joe Kent, I'm David Duke bear hugging. If I attack Joe Kent, I'm attacking the only sincere America First voices.
I get it. I mean, I do get it. And I just want to say I love Joe Kent. I get it. Having been denounced by a lot of people I like, I know what that feels like. So
it's
I
gay
definitely
shit.
am sympathetic to that.
Yeah.
Here's the truth. There's too many fake people online. Like a lot of people care more about themselves. Care more about themselves and their image than they do about any friendship or any close connection. Which is why it's a very good idea to get like very comfortable being okay being alone or okay being yourself. You need to have a very high self-confidence if you want to be online. Because if there's a moment all your friends turn on you or like everyone says, oh, you're bad for doing this small thing that you don't even know you did, your self-confidence is enough to carry you up and carry you past that. But if your self-confidence is low, you're going to be like, oh, I'm sorry for this, I'm sorry. And then eventually the mob controls you because now they know, hey, this guy can be moved. We can make this guy and mold him into what we want. So then your fan base or your platform changes you into what they want you to be rather than what you want to be. And eventually you become a spineless shill who's just a messenger for the same message they want. Yeah. And I will say there are some rare cases where like maybe privately they'll tell you, oh, what should I do? These people hate me because I said this by association. Like if I had a very good friend and let's say I know there's someone who can't handle the pressure, I would privately be like, you know what? Go ahead. Just disavow me, say you don't like me, go ahead. But the whole thing is it's out of respect because they asked me first. If they don't ask me first, I'm sorry, but all ties are cut and we're not friends. We're nuclear. But if you have to pretend to dislike me, just to protect yourself from it because you're not used to being hated, I would prefer being given a message of, hey, is this fine? I would be like, yeah, just don't like go too far. Just say, yeah, you disavow me this. Don't go like, oh yeah, he has a small dick, or like, oh he sucks ass. These are all his personal private things that he's done in his childhood. That's embarrassing because then I'm sorry, but you're an enemy. But there are times like that.
I was denounced by someone like last night. I hurt my feelings. You know what I mean? Whatever. I'm not even going to say what her name is, but I helped her. I liked her. You know, it's like, why are you denouncing me? Why didn't you call me?
Yeah.
Right? I get that.
Cancel culture.
I guess
Gay
the
shit.
two problems. But then on the other hand, like one of my favorite people in the world is Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah, I love Glenn.
Oh, what a good man. Glenn must have spent like 10 years attacking me full time. Tucker Carlson is da-da-da-da-da. And some of his criticism was correct, actually. You know, a tool of the neocons, endorsing these fucking wars. Like, he was right. But he really hated me. And then when we started to agree on stuff, I was like, you know what? It's not about me. I don't care. Like, I don't want personal pique or my hurt feelings to govern my behavior. I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm not lecturing you. I get it. But I feel like, okay, he pissed you off. It's in a campaign. He's got 19 consultants. This kid's a Nazi. Be careful of him. Like, I don't know. Let it go.
Well, and I totally agree with you, by the way. And that's why I don't take it personally at all. Like, and I like you. I've said very positive things about you on my show as well. I
don't care.
And I know, but I mean to say that my goal is America first.
Right.
It's not about me. It's not about my personality. It's about winning for America, you know, and by winning, I mean, we want to see our vision realized. But with Joe, for me, it was very specific that he said inclusive populism. And I really didn't like that because to me, there were a lot of similar phrases at this time, multiracial, working class populism, this kind of stuff. And I said, you know, on some level, we do need to be exclusive, not inclusive. We do need to be right-wing. We do need to be Christian. We do, on some level, need to be pro-white, not to the exclusion of everybody else, but recognizing that white people have a special heritage here as Americans.
And it is one of those things, it sounds bad, but if you take it and add context to a different place, like, oh, we're going to turn Mexico into a white land, suddenly it becomes racist and everyone's against you. This is the whole thing. It sounds bad, but when you put it in the perspective of another country, then nobody's against it. Like, yeah, keep Mexico Mexican, it's for them. Like, it's the same thing with America. America should be for Americans, and they shouldn't have their identity diluted by everyone in the world coming and changing America into what they want it to be, not what it was intended to be. And like, this is coming from me. I came from Dominican Republic. Like, I'm a first generation immigrant, and I love America. I love America so much that if I had to choose between Dominican Republic or America, I would choose America 100% of the time. And the thing is, I respect this country. I respect the values. I respect the founders. I respect all of that. But then there's a lot of people in my position who don't do that, who want to make it like their country, but yet they don't want to go back to their country. And it just seems like an asshole move.
And so the reason I opposed him in 22 was not because I was mad, but it was to say America first cannot backslide into this kind of inclusive populism message, which I perceive to be more like GOP slop. And I'll tell you, when he ran again in 24, I did not oppose him. I did not oppose him. And I would have supported him if he had reached out or something like that. Because for me, it was very political and professional. I wanted to impose a cost. If you disavow someone because they criticize Israel, if you disavow someone for talking about white people and Christianity, I said, we can't let that slide because, and you understand why he did it. Like, I don't, on some level, I don't hold it against him in the sense that there is such a strong incentive. It's easy to say, I disavow all these crazy Christians and all these crazy white nationalists because it buys you wiggle room with people that are attacking you. It's like easy to throw them under the bus and say, I'm one of the good guys. And so I said, it's too easy. We need to push in the other direction and say, you should feel less comfortable saying that people shouldn't talk about their race and religion. Maybe you think twice next time. And so I did it for a very specific.
And that's the thing. The people that tell you not to talk about that, they talk about their race all the time, and they talk about their religion all the time. And their religion is progressivism. Progressivism. But yeah, it's like they can talk about their race and religion all the time. Like you know this. If a guy goes like, blacks are superior, like you can say that on TV, but the moment you say that about a white guy, you're gonna be canceled and you're gonna be nuked off the platform, basically.
Reason. And
I get that. What I do think is bad, just objectively bad and destructive, is the all Jews are guilty or all anybody is guilty of anything.
I agree with that.
Because that's just like not true. And we don't believe that as Christians. I mean, my hero in life is Paul. I guess you call him Saint Paul, Saul of Tarsus, a Pharisee.
Yeah.
And meets Jesus and becomes this just incredible man, incredibly brave, smart, loving, like everything you want to be as a man, he was. Jew.
Yeah.
So like, and God did that to him. So it's like, you can't, I think that's and I don't think it's like mushy liberal bullshit, which I hate.
Yeah, I think the liberals have this problem far, far worse because none of their ideology makes sense. Oh, we hate Nazis, but yet at the same time we hate Israel, we hate Jews, and we want them to be destroyed. It's like, but that's what the Nazis did. But then also, oh, we support socialism, which is also what the Nazis did. Like is this bullshit where the left does it, where the left contradicts itself all the time, and like, let's be honest, these people don't think for themselves. But that's what it's always been. And yeah.
I hate all the language that you're describing. I get why it offends you because it's code for I don't really believe what I'm saying. I have a PhD in the subject, so I know. But I also think there's like a true, not just principle, but like spiritual reality that we have to defend, which is God created every person as an individual, not as a group. No woman gave birth to a community. Like we hate that kind of thinking, right? Collectivist thinking like that. That's identity politics. That's what Dave Rubin engages in. That's why Dave is like just a child. Like you don't pay any attention to Dave because he's like shallow. But we're not going to be that, right? Or no?
No, I completely agree with you. And, and not to be that guy and say that thing, but like my best friend is a Jewish person, here's my substantive disagreement because as a Catholic, I could not agree more with you.
Yes.
In what you're saying. I love all people, even the ones that don't like us. We have to love them all. And we have to recognize that
we're required.
I don't love them all. Here's how I do things. I like the people I like. The people that hate me, like, fuck off. Fuck off. Literally just fuck off. I don't care. Fuck off. And like, that's my way of thinking. Which is, just because we're blood related doesn't mean I'm supposed to like you. Just because we're in the same country doesn't mean I'm supposed to like you. And the thing is, I'm not gonna like bully or hate you. I'm just not going to trust you, and nor am I going to help you, because I know if I was down, you would laugh at my face, and I'm going to say, I'm not going to help you.
Too.
Yes. And especially Aquinas says the Jews are a witness people. And so they actually have special protections under the law, according to Catholic philosophy. But I guess my substantive disagreement, which I've said on the show also, is the idea that neoconservatism and Israel has nothing to do with Jewishness, Jewish identity, the Jewish religion, because clearly the state of Israel and the neocons are deeply motivated by that ethnic identity, and their allegiance to Israel proceeds from that. The plan of Greater Israel, the blood and soil nationalism of Israel, it stems from this ethno-religion, which is Judaism.
Well, this is... just BLM, the new version. This is identity politics. They're engaging in identity politics.
Yep.
I mean, that's just so obvious to me. But the problem in your response, I get what you're saying, but the problem in your response is it does not apply to every individual.
No, and I would never say that.
Okay. Well, I just think it's important to say that, not to kind of like dodge the accusations against.
I fully agree with Tucker because it does not apply to every individual. Just because someone's Jewish doesn't mean they have control of what Israel does. And if you think that, you're a trash person. I'm going to be honest. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. If someone is American, they don't have control of what their government does. They can just say, I like it or I hate it, but they don't really have full control of what happens. And a lot of people have taken this idea that every Jew is a part of Israel. Every Jew collectively thinks the same. And because of that, it leads to a lot of Jews getting unwanted hate and a lot of attacks done on them. And it's disgusting, it's bad. And the worst part is a lot of the mainstream media doesn't cover it because it goes against, what they want. And the whole thing is there's two types of Jews, I would say. The progressive Jews are the ones who want to destroy society. Oh, no, just progressives in general, actually, just progressives in general. Then there's like just people who believe in Judaism that are just nice people that just happen to be Jewish. And the whole thing about them is I feel bad because a lot of attacks have been thrown at them for something they have no control over.
My best friends are Jewish. Like, okay, I agree. Embarrassing, even though it's probably true, and it's true in my case, actually. But whatever. But because just that principle that we're all judged as individuals by what we do, that our faith, the decisions that we make, the way we live our lives, and God will judge every one of us in that way, and that's how we're supposed to judge. Like, is that? I think that's true.
Yeah, and I totally agree. But I guess the disagreement is you say identity politics like it's a bad thing. I think identity is a reality.
Identity is a reality. Absolutely. You just can't have a country of 350 million this diverse where it's just like warring ethnicities, because then it's Rwanda soon. And, the people with the most force.
Oh, yeah, Rwanda.
Just kill the others. So, like,
it's true.
You can't have that here. Right?
Yeah. But I would say specifically as it pertains to, you, I think, have said it's the neocons. And I think that neoconservatism, where does it arise from? It arises from Jewish leftists who were mugged by reality when they saw the surprise attack in the Yom Kippur War.
Yeah, that's a lot of it for sure. But then, like, how do you explain Mike Huckabee, Ted Cruz?
Yeah.
And there are a lot like that. John Bolton. I mean, I've known them all. George W. Bush, like Karl Rove.
Oh, yeah, George Bush. Fuck John Bolton. I'm sorry, Bush, but man, you really screwed up. You really screwed up.
I mean, all people I know personally who I've seen like be seized by this brain virus, and they're not Jewish. Most of them are self-described Christians, and then the Christian Zionists who are, well, Christian Zionists. Like, what is that?
Right.
And I could just say for myself, I dislike them more than anybody. Because like what? Because it's Christian heresy, and I'm offended by that as a Christian. That's why. So I don't like. Why not? Like, I'm pissed at the neocons. Very pissed. I've said that a million times. I've been mad since December of 2003 when I went to Iraq, and so like I went and asked straightforward questions to Ted Cruz because that seemed like there's a sitting senator who's like serving for Israel by his own description. He seemed like a worthy target. I'm not going after MTG. Who's like the most sincere like, why not go after Ted Cruz? I don't understand.
Well, again, with Marjorie, I was a friend of hers, and she spoke at my conference, and then the day after, she pretended like she didn't know me. And that was in 2022.
Disgusting.
But it's a continuum. Like you said yourself, you showed up in college, like one set of views, they evolve as you interact with reality, as the reality itself changes, as like you learn things, you grow, like whatever, people change.
Well, and look, now that everyone agrees with me, I will graciously forgive them for being
But why
so
make
hostile.
it personal? Like, who cares?
It's not personal for me. Like with Marjorie, if she wanted to, be aligned or whatever, I would totally be on board with her.
But where do you disagree with her?
I don't know, because I don't know what her new views are. She's really only come around on Israel this year, and I've been talking about this issue for 10 years. And
right, okay. All right, you win, but like
no, but it's not like that. It's just it feels like BS to me that, and I said this on Twitter the other day. It's like I got treated like I didn't exist.
Right, I get it.
Canceled for 10 years for saying these things, and that's really where all this drama comes from. A time when there was this intense censorship and nobody was on board with this stuff. Like again.
Yeah, that's true. It's basically like you're the only one fighting, you're the only soldier in this war, and then everyone who's joining in is just like benefiting from all the hard work you did and taking credit for things that you basically fought for this entire time, while they just went in at the finish line when more people are interested in talking to it. And then it just seems like ungenuine. People that were not on your side are now talking about the same stuff. And it feels like, what was the point? You all screwed me over, you all fucked me over, and now you're pretending that you always had these opinions. It's unfair, it's unreasonable, it's bullshit, but it's part of real life. There's a lot of people like that. They jump on trends when they're popular, but then when they die out, they switch their mind instantly in a snap.
Yeah, and Marjorie, she fired one of my people was working in her office. She fired that guy because someone found out that a groyper was working in her office. And, that guy got his life ruined. And she pretended like she didn't know me and lied and said, I had no idea the conference I was speaking at. She knew exactly what it was. And that's fine. But now that she's on the same page, there's like this expectation like, okay, well, why did you have a problem with her in the past? It's like, because she was on the other team in the past.
Yeah, well, so was everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
so now
so are you.
Yeah,
so what? I mean, what? Why not? You want? It's got to be bigger than just like us, right? And it's not. I don't think. Well, I'll speak for myself. I don't feel like I'm at war with the neocons or Israel. It's much bigger than that. It's like you want to restore America to a place where your grandchildren would enjoy growing up. That's it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and as far as Marjorie,
so it's not who cares. You know what I mean? Like, okay, lots of people hurt if Dave Rubin called me tonight, which he would never do, though he has my cell, and said, I'm really sorry I called you Hitler. Like, I didn't mean it. You're raising lots of legitimate questions, which I think I sort of agree with or am thinking about in a deeper way. I'd be like, great.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care.
And look, Tucker, that's why I'm sitting here, Right. I mean, because we had a contentious dialogue.
Well, I thought you were a Fed.
I thought you were a Fed.
I was a Fed.
Yeah.
I'm not a Fed. But whatever, I don't care what people think.
We showed each other a badge as we know we're all.
No, but I thought you were a Fed because I was like, why not? It's not cucking to say you're not talking about all Jews when you oppose a foreign policy position. It's not. There's nothing liberal about that. It's just true. That's the Christian position, okay? And two, why are you attacking like the best people and not the worst people?
Well, yeah. I mean, again, he disavowed me for my views on Israel and said I talk too much about white people and Christianity. And to me, that's like a sincere ideological disagreement.
I get it.
And, same thing with Marjorie. Marjorie fired my guy. She disavowed me. And, and you worked with Blumenthal on that article, but you called me on the phone and we talked. Yeah,
I mean, I was like, what? From my perspective, this is all so stupid and inside baseball and whatever, but for the record, I was like, first of all, who is this kid? I'm working at Fox News. I'm aware there's an internet, but I'm more out of it than you may appreciate. And I'm like, out of nowhere, attacking this one. I had Joe Kent here to my house and did this interview with him. And I'm always in search of a sincere politician. Don't have to agree on everything, but I really believe sincerity is the whole game. If someone's heart is pure, he will be brave. I always have thought that. And it's turned out to be true. Marjorie's a perfect example. And that's all that matters. If you're afraid inside, if you're weak inside, you will crumble when it matters. So I really felt like, wow, Joe, don't agree with him on everything, of course, but I was like, this guy is really sincere. He's like a good person. And then you show up and you're like, he's a CIA officer and he was a CIA contractor, but like really like crush the guy. And it's like, why of all people, you agree on 90% of stuff, That was my view. And I was like, well, clearly this kid's a Fed.
Right. But you didn't know the whole story.
I didn't. Oh, you're absolutely right.
And look, and now that, and I'm not trying to be combative. I think
Go ahead. You're not hurting my feelings.
Here's what I'm trying to say is now that Marjorie is pushing in the right direction, I absolutely support everything she's saying. And I've not been critical of her at all this year.
Yeah.
Because I think that what she's doing is extremely courageous. And I think you're right. She is sincere.
So it sounds like you're, not to put words in your mouth, but your life experience has left you so stung by the Republican establishment. You don't trust anybody, it sounds like.
Well, no, I mean, these people attacked me when the rules were different, and now they got better, and now I'm good with them. I mean, I'm willing to be good with them, but I think that I don't know if Marjorie still has a problem with me or not.
I don't know. I do know, though, and this is the last criticism I will level, and it's maybe not even your fault, but I do know that, the coordinated attacks against totally reasonable questions about what's in America's interest and what's not, those are all coordinated by the Israeli government. It's all come to light now. And they're against me. I've always thought I have the world's most moderate position on Israel. Don't hate Israel. Just don't want to get involved in their wars. Don't want to pay for this. Don't want to pay for abortion on demand in a foreign country. Sorry.
I agree with
when
that.
we're cutting food stamps on our own, like, this is outrageous. It's not America first. That's my view. Not embarrassed of it at all. They are totally determined to take me out, I think, because I'm reasonable. Like, who would disagree with that?
Yeah, and that stance shouldn't be seen as unreasonable. Like, that's a very moderate stance. I don't hate you guys. I don't want to destroy you guys, but I don't want our money going here to fund this, and that, because it seems like it doesn't really benefit us in any way imaginable.
Call me all these names, most dangerous anti-Semite. I'm not even an anti-Semite. And they're not doing that to you because, this is my view, and that's not necessarily your fault, but because they're like, Fuentes discredits the reasonable people because he's always banging on about the Jews. And so
no,
he makes everyone.
Fuentes does not really have authority over what other people say, nor should his opinion represent everyone else's, because I'm going to say it, that is a very shitty way of thinking. Because it's always like, oh, this person represents everybody here, and this is the only opinion, and this is why I hate this entire group. It's like, no, the right is very diverse. Or the right is extremely diverse in opinion. Like, a good example is, you have Tim Pool, but then you have Ben Shapiro, but then you have Tucker Carlson, then you have Nick Fuentes, and you have Asmongold, and there's a few people in there, like Tim Pool and Asmond, which you would call liberal, but at this time and day, they would be called right-wing conspiracy nuts because the left has gone. Left used to be here, but then went fucking there. And people like Joe Rogan, too, they're also being called all this shit. And it's basically the left purity test itself every single day until nobody is left supporting them.
Else look like a Nazi. And so it's like he's playing a pretty valuable role in the same way that Israel has always funded extremism throughout the Middle East, including Hamas, because it discredits the reasonable people. That's a fact.
Yeah. I would just say I disagree. I mean, because you said the other day, they like me. I don't know what you're talking about when you say that, because
I don't know.
Let me just kind of rebut that.
Well, by the way, I'm not saying you have anything to do with this. I'm just saying I've noticed the phenomenon.
Totally. And I just reject that because they have been messing with me for my entire adult life. I mean, the ADL got me banned on YouTube. The SPLC posted my house on their website.
What do you mean posted your house?
They posted a photo of my house on their website.
How can they do that?
I guess that's a free speech thing.
The SPLC posted a picture of your house on their website?
Yes.
When?
In 2022.
Actually?
That is fucking evil. Whenever someone does that, it's because they want you killed. It's because they want you killed. Doxing someone online, fucking evil. Fucking evil.
Yes, they wrote an article. They said Nick Fuentes bought a building in this city. And they said, we interviewed his neighbors and property records reveal this and that. And on the front page, the picture for the article is my house where I live.
That's crazy. And then someone showed up with a gun and tried to kill you at that house?
Yes.
Yeah. And that's why they did it. Exactly. I was right. The only reason people dox you is not so they could kill you yourself, but so somebody else could do it for them who's crazy. And then they could walk off pretending like they weren't partially responsible for that situation happening. This is why I hate doxing. When you're a high-profile public figure, or even a low-profile one, and people know your name, and there's one crazy person who just hates you and is about to snap, boom, your life is over. The person who doxed you never gets any punishment for it, and I want to be honest, like, if someone doxes somebody else online, I'm perfectly 100% fine with the police and the FBI investigating them. I 100% believe they should be prosecuted and put in jail to the full extent of the freaking law. 100%. 100%. I think it's evil, and it's fucking evil.
So that's why I say, you say, well, they're not doing this to you. It's like the ZOA, the SPLC, the ADL, the Daily Wire. All these groups have been on me for years. So that's news to me if they're really endorsing my activities.
It could just be my perception. But I guess what I'm saying is, as someone who thinks his own views are like completely reasonable, pass every smell test, you could x-ray my soul. I don't think there's a lot of hate in there. And to the extent that they do make me feel hateful, the people who attack me, I do like say prayers about it. We're not allowed to hate people as we forgive those who trespass against us. That's like our core prayer. So I just feel like it's I don't know. Am I being paranoid? I feel like going on about the Jews like helps the neocons. That's
well,
what
about my views do you think are unreasonable? If yours are reasonable,
I think, again, I don't think it's cucky. I think it's reality to say that guilt is not inherited. Blood guilt is bad. One of the reasons that I'm mad about Gaza is because the Israeli position is everyone who lives in Gaza is a terrorist because of how they were born, including the women and the children. That's not a Western view. That's an Eastern view. That's a non-Christian. That's totally incompatible with Christianity and Western civilization. They say, we're the defenders of Western civilization. Not with that attitude. You're not. Collective punishment is the enemy of Western civilization.
Yeah.
And so I hate that attitude. It's genocidal. The current claims that I'm a...
Yeah. Here's what I think. I think the thing about the whole Middle East shit is that, let's be honest. Like all the Muslims want all the Jews dead. All the Jews inherited that view against the Muslims, and that's probably what happened. Where they've been fighting over this land so much to the point they both have this view, but the media unfairly only treats one side like it's an angel when it's killing its own people that don't agree with it and putting them as meat shields. And it treats the other side like undoubtedly unfavorably, where like there is coverage that is necessary, but it's not doing it in a good faith argument where it shows you both sides are bad, but one side is astronomically worse. It just shows you that, oh, this side is bad, these guys are good, these guys are always good, these guys never do anything wrong. But then when you see on Twitter them executing their own people, silencing voices, and purposefully putting children as meat shields so they don't die themselves, is very dishonest, and it gets you to hate the media, which you should hate the media.
Cancer, from Ben Shapiro, whatever, we need to be excised from the body of conservatism is a genocidal position that it basically encourages violence, as they well know. The whole thing I hate. So like anytime you say a whole group of people is responsible for the sins of some of its members, like I'm out.
Yeah, but that's not my view.
It's not. Okay.
Yeah.
So what?
That's something that happened with Germany, where people in Germany now, they feel bad for like everything that happened. And it's like 13 years basically fucked up thousands of years of history for them. And I feel really bad for a lot of them because, they have Beethoven, they have like beer, they have a lot of things to be proud about. But then most people take it as, oh, so you're a Nazi because you're proud of being German. It's like, no, I'm proud of us having alcohol so good we kicked everyone in America's ass. And like, I'll give them credit for that. Or we've done this. Beethoven made music for us. Like, there's a lot to be proud. But then people always take it as, oh, so you're a Nazi. And you shouldn't be proud of your heritage. It's a bad faith argument, and it's fucking shitty.
All right, so tell me your views. Like, rather than... You're one of those people, one of the reasons I wanted to meet you is you're one of those people who is defined by clips.
Yes.
And I'm one of those people also.
Yes.
Right? So I get it. So I'm going to just shut up and you tell me what you actually believe.
Yeah. Well, and listen, and I appreciate you saying that because that's just the reality of the media environment we're in. So I don't expect you to know all my views, but as far as the Jews are concerned, I think that, like I said, you cannot actually divorce Israel and the neocons and all of those things that you talk about from Jewishness. ethnicity, religion, identity. And let me give you like a perfect example. So you say on your show that we need to treat Israel like any other country. And I sort of understand that in principle because Israel is another foreign country.
Yeah.
But Israel is unlike every other country in the sense that because the Jewish people are in a diaspora all over the world, there are significant numbers of Jews in Europe, but also in the United States. And because of their unique heritage and story, which is that they're a stateless people, they're unassimilable, they resist assimilation for thousands of years. And I think that's a good thing. And now they have this territory in Israel. There's a deep religious affection for the state. It's bound up in their identity, the story of the Exodus from Egypt, the promise of the land, all these things. So let's say in the United States, for example, somebody like a Sheldon Adelson, he's not Israeli. Is he an ideological neocon? Does he believe in the promise of democratic globalism? I don't think necessarily. His heart is in Israel. And it's because he is a proud Jewish person. And I guess what I'm saying is that if you are a Jewish person in America, you're sort of, and again, it's not because they're born, but it's sort of a rational self-interest politically to say, I'm a minority. I'm a religious ethnic minority. This is not really my home. My ancestral home is in Israel. There's like a natural.
Yeah, I get that. That's the thing with, that's not only an Israel thing. That's the thing with a lot of like Mexicans. Like I'll say this, Mexicans, because like usually it's not the first generation. Well, I mean, it usually is. But let's say you escaped a land because it was war torn. Maybe your life was bad. Maybe the quality of life was shitty. But then by the time you get to, like, you see a lot of college campuses, you'll see like a lot of like second or even third generation people from Mexico or whatever. And they're like, oh, we want Mexico. Oh, we want to go to Cuba. Oh, we want to go to this. It's like they don't respect why their ancestors left that place at all. They just are radicalized to think that that place is some magical holy land. And this is a problem with actually a lot of things. Like for me, example, I don't go and say, "Oh, Dominican Republic is my holy land. Oh, I'm going to take all the money from here and bring it there and make my place a paradise and take from the American people." Fuck no. I'm an American first, and my ties to that place are mainly my family. The moment the few select family members I really love die, that's my ties from that country being cut. That's it. That's where it ends. Because for me, I have too many connections in America to really want to connect with that place any more than that. But yeah.
Affinity that Jews have for Israel. And I would say, on top of that, for the international Jewish community. They're extremely organized, and many of them are critical of Israel or Israel's current government or the project of Israel. But I guess what they have in common, unlike, let's say, like Singapore, for example, is that they have this international community across borders, extremely organized, that is putting the interests of themselves before the interests of their home country. And there's no other country that has a similar arrangement like that. No other country has a strong identity like that. This religious blood and soil conviction, this history of being in the diaspora, stateless, wandering, persecuted, and in particular, the historic animosity between the Jewish people and the Europeans. They hate the Romans because the Romans destroyed the temple. That's why Eric Weinstein goes to the Arch of Titus and gives it the finger and takes a picture.
Damn.
We don't think like that as Americans and white people. We don't think about the Roman Empire in 2,000 years ago.
Oh yeah, because we only think about the founding. It's kind of like how American culture did come from British culture, but we care more about the history of our country more than the history of others. In which case, our history is far shorter. So then we don't have to go through like all this bullshit. We just go through, oh, George Washington was in the British Army. The British betrayed America. We fought. We won. We took over America. Manifest Destiny, slavery, end of slavery, World War One, World War Two, Martin Luther King, and that done. But like for example, when you go to Israel and the history of it, there's like 20, I think it's like 25 different kingdoms and or countries or states that took over that specific area different times, whether it was Christian, whether it was Jewish, whether it was Muslim. Like there's so many different places that took over that land, so you have so much recorded history to go through. And you know, a lot of it, like the kingdom of Judea, I think it's called the Canine states or the Conine states. There's so much.
Do. Um, and so I guess that's really, and I don't think that's me saying the Jews.
Oh, I almost forgot. It's also the place that originated bread and wine, or at least the location.
The Jews. I don't think that's me being hateful. I don't think that's me being collectivist. I think that's understanding that identity politics, whether you love it or hate it, whatever you feel about it, it's a reality that we live in a world of Jews and Christians, of whites and blacks. These identities mean something to us and they mean things to each other, and we can't sort of wish them away. And it feels like white people and Christians are the only ones that do that.
There's no question about that. Your
Yeah,
last
definitely.
point, for sure. One of the reasons they do that is because they've been taught to hate themselves, of course.
Yeah, and that's the problem. So many people here are taught to hate America, not love America. America is one of the few, like, America's done a lot of things that so many other nations have done themselves that were bad. But at the same time, we're one of the very few that's done so much different than other nations. Like, think about it. Like, giving protection to other countries by our military, giving foreign aid, giving people food, giving people military aid, like shipping food to certain different places when, like for example, I think it was like West and East Germany. Like, we have so many different occasions like that where America rose up and was just extraordinarily nice compared to other countries which wouldn't have cared. But then nobody sees that because they see slavery. But then they also, the same people that tell you, oh, 9/11 was so long ago, forget about it. And then when you tell them about how about slavery, they get pissed off. They're like, oh no, slavery is affecting me to this day.
Since the Second World War. Another reason is, however, the reality of a multi-ethnic country requires you to sort of set aside community or group interests in favor of corporate interests, universal interests, national interests. And you have to do that or else it doesn't work. And so, I agree those attitudes. I mean, certainly in other parts of the world, people think this way, but you can't have that here. And so it's just important to remind everybody that, things may be generally true, but like, again, they're not always true. And there are people who just strongly disagree. And by the way, in the specific case of Israel, there are a ton of Orthodox who I know who are opposed to the state of Israel. They're more Jewish than Dave Rubin, a lot more. And yet they oppose it. Jeff Sachs is like the most a wonderful man, who's Jewish, the most articulate kind of critic of the state of Israel that I'm aware of. So, like, I don't know, that's just meaningful. You can't, if everything is inherited, then there's no hope for the continuation of America. Do you see that?
Yeah, I don't think it's genetically inherited. And what you're saying about putting aside the tribal interest for the corporate interest, that's absolutely the case. And that's the only way the country's going to stay together.
Exactly.
And
that's my concern.
And I absolutely agree with you. I would say, though, that the main challenge to that, a big challenge to that, is organized Jewry in America. I don't think Bill Ackman is capable of that. I don't think Sheldon Adelson is capable of that. I don't think Yoram Hazony is capable of that, for that matter. And many other, on the right and the left. And I see Jewishness as the common denominator. And you're right. It's not all Jewish people feel the same way. No one would say that, but that does seem to be the common denominator. And I just feel like it needs to be called out explicitly. And I like what you said. If the other day, if you're serving in another country's military or have dual citizenship, you really can't be a part of this project.
Well, that's just...
Yeah, this is my thought. I disagree a bit with that, but not fully. If you're a politician, if you're a president, if you're a congressman, anything like that, you should not have dual citizenship. You should not. If you're just a regular person, I'm perfectly fine with that, because at least then at that part, it makes sense why. But if you're a politician, I fully agree in revoking your citizenship for whatever other country you're a part of in order to be a leader, because you're America first. You're not Somalia first, like Ilhan Omar. You're America first. And you're not Israel first either. You're America first. So you should revoke your citizenship. And I mean fully, like as in you can't, as in you have to reapply for citizenship once you revoke it. Yeah.
And that's an easy one, but I am much more comfortable as a Christian and an American keeping it on that level because, it's easy to just set rules, that universal rules that apply to everyone, not just the Jews or the Christians or the anybody, just like Americans can only serve in the U.S. military or they lose their passport. I mean, I don't know. That's not hard.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Why not just say that?
Say what?
That. Why not make every statement about how Americans ought to behave applicable to all Americans? Like it's the defense of universal values that will hold the country together.
I agree.
And the emphasis on parochial group values that will break it apart inevitably.
Because this is a particular issue and it's acute. Like I said, I think they are unique in that way. I think that's a unique issue, especially in the Republican Party, especially in the conservative scene.
So how would you like this all to be resolved?
What I would like is for the U.S. government to not be influenced by these kinds of foreign allegiances, not with money that comes from, American citizens like Sheldon Adelson, not from foreign lobbyists. So, I mean, in terms of...
I agree. A good way to do it, the problem is it has to be Congress. Fuck. But the thing is, what I would like specifically is Congress, if they have stocks, those stocks are frozen and they can't do more with it. They can keep the stocks though, they're just frozen forever until they leave office. But if they don't have stocks, they can't buy stocks, they can't do insider trading, basically no money, and it also should be illegal for them to accept any bribe at all, no matter what money it is. And if donations are done to them, they have to be limited. And it can't say who it was donated from. They can't say who. And if the same person donates a little too much, it should be investigated why they're donating that much to see if maybe they're making some background deals. Like, let's say 10,000 is a reasonable amount, but let's say once you give them like 3 million, then it's like at the case where the government should do a minor investigation looking into, is this genuinely because they like them, or are they doing it because of some self-serving interest that they want the politician to bring out themselves?
Tangible things. I don't think we disagree on any of it. Like registering AIPAC and FARA, banning dual citizenship. Like I'm basically in agreement.
I think 80% of the public agrees with those things.
So
that's kind of what gets me a little bit annoyed. It's like these are like America First, the concept. It's the most popular, self-evidently true idea you could have. Like, don't let foreign powers, especially tiny ones far away, control your country. Like, of course not. Everyone agrees with that on both sides.
Yeah.
So the trick is not to let that idea get subverted. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think we agree on that.
But it's subverted when they're like, that's hate. No, that's hate. It's not hate.
Yeah. Well, and, here's what I will say. I think that there is increasingly a contingent, because what you're talking about exists. When you say that there are people that legitimately detract from this, there is legitimate racial hatred out there.
Big time.
And it's growing. And
I know
people on our side are afraid to talk about it because they know, like you said, they're going to get called a cuck or a squish or whatever. And I agree with you. The people that are detracting from that need to be called out. And I think there should be no harbor for cruelty, hatred, prejudice, those kinds of things.
And some of them, I'm sorry to be a conspiracy nut. I really try not to be a conspiracy nut because it's embarrassing, But after January 6th and just finding out the number of FBI personnel in the crowd, it's like...
Yeah, 250 something. But long story short, recently in January 6th, there were a bunch of plainclothes FBI agents that were in it. And whether or not they had allegiance to the president is the questionable part, because if you think about it, like, Trump didn't know, and he's supposed to be in charge of the FBI, which means maybe those FBI had interest of other people in mind. And I would love a further investigation into it, because a lot of the stuff I've seen from it looks sketchy. Because it's like the people that were like all of January 6th was evil. No, it was a small select group of people. Some people just entered a building and then they got arrested for 4 years for doing that. And there are like some things that just didn't make sense, and some things that, were off. Because like Trump gave them a pardon after they spent 4 years in jail. And the vast majority of them would have gotten like a 4 year sentence if they were, prosecuted for trespassing or like breaking property. So that's the reason why I mostly support his pardons of everybody. There are a few pardons I disagree with, but those pardons are at such a far lower level than the ones I do agree with that, I'm not too mad about it. But I do think the few people like the guy kicking the cops in the head and all that, they should be rotting in jail. I think he still is. But yeah.
And I've just seen this. David Duke is a great example. Some of these are the Charlottesville rally.
Yeah.
Had a bunch of feds there being like, we're white supremacists. We hate the blacks, using the N-word, whatever. It's like, that's not real. Like, there is some of that going on. Don't you think?
I think that there's a lot of sincere people.
Well, for sure. Oh, I completely agree.
And they're just numbskulls, and some of them are legitimately, they see the opening, that there's legitimate critique of this, and they see an opening to air out their grievances. They get a license they think it's okay now. And I do think it's important to differentiate and say that fundamentally, I guess the word that I would use, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, is reassurance. Because I think there's a legitimate need to reassure people. And this is kind of what I've been doing on these podcasts, that we don't want to harm anybody. We don't want to kill anybody. We don't want to harm anybody. Right. We just want to put them in jail first. And I guess, to the extent that I've been taken out of context over the years or things like that, I'm trying to set the record straight and say, and I appreciate you've given me this opportunity. These are my real views. I'm not one of those.
Yeah, and I applaud Tucker Carlson, because his audience definitely is a little older than, actually no, like far older than Nick's, because they saw Tucker Carlson as basically the voice of Fox News for 10, 20 plus years. I don't know exactly how long he's worked there, but he was the voice. And so you're now seeing a bunch of older conservatives and a bunch of younger, I guess you could call them alt-right or white nationalists or groypers, whatever they are, join together and be like, you know what? We're not so different. We have some views that may be a little more extreme than each other, but in all reality, we have more similarities than differences. And I think this is really good for both of them, because it gives both of their fan bases an idea that, hey, these guys get along pretty well, even though they don't agree with everything. They both love America and want to fix it in their own way.
Leaders, let's say.
Yeah, well, I think people should be allowed to describe what they think. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's like a basic human autonomy question.
Yeah.
Like, if I want to know what you think, I should just ask you and let you talk. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So who's going to be president? Who should be president next?
Who should be president? Well, yay.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, of course he picked Kanye. I'm going to pick JD Vance, because he has the most backing out of anyone, and I believe that him and Trump combined, both terms, can fix so many of the bullshit issues we have in America right now. I think anyone else, the likelihood of them succeeding is just too small. So I would rather prefer JD Vance as an extension of Trump's presidency rather than putting my faith in Kanye. Because, let's be honest, we're gonna have to do this two candidates bullshit. Because last time the Republicans did two candidates, and the Democrats did one. We got Woodrow Wilson, and boy, was the country fucked up. Boy, was the country fucked up after that.
Of course. Kanye.
Kanye.
You had dinner with Trump
I did.
and Kanye.
Yes.
What did you think of that?
It was surreal because those are my two heroes. Those are my two like number one heroes of all time. I've
Nice.
always been a Kanye West fan.
You like the music first?
Yes. The music, the fashion, everything.
Really?
Nice.
Yes.
Do you wear those weird?
I don't like his fashion, but I do respect the music. And yes, everybody knows which one of Kanye's song is basically the Instagram national anthem. Everybody knows.
One-piece shoes?
I do.
You actually do?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like in public?
Yes. You don't think that's cool?
I don't know what I think.
I'll get you some.
I've worn the same clothes since high school. Don't ask me about clothes. I'm not good at that at all. That's hilarious. So you've always been a fan.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then
huge
you
fan.
described your love for Trump, like sincere
Yes.
childhood love for Trump. So what was it like to find yourself at dinner with them?
It was funny because it was literally Thanksgiving dinner. It was 3 days before Thanksgiving. So not
Nice.
only was it dinner, but I'm having Thanksgiving.
Yeah, here's my thing. If I ever get the chance, I would love to meet Trump. Because he's old enough to the point where I know he's eventually going to pass soon. And it's one of the things that I would love to meet him before he passes. Because the thing is, he's one of the people I really admire and respect. And like, I never got the chance to meet Hulk Hogan before he died. And Trump is, at that age where things are going to be very iffy on how much longer he can go. But if I never get the chance to meet Trump, I would love to meet JD Vance, and I would love to talk to him. But yeah, this is one of the sad realities for my life, which is I might never get the chance to meet him at least once.
Dinner with Ye and Trump at the same table, and these are like my heroes.
Oh, I would love to meet Elon though. I think I have enough time to get Elon.
And I mean, the way that it went was sort of interesting. Ye is sort of shy. He deeply admires Trump. He loves Trump. And I like that about him because Ye really admires anybody that's an industrialist. He loves builders, visionaries, architects. He's very into that. So he has a deep regard for Trump. And so at the beginning, it was a little awkward because he wouldn't talk. And he was sort of shy.
Yay.
Yes. Which is surprising, right? Because he's so outspoken. But Trump was trying to get him to talk. And it was kind of like a boomer moment because Trump was trying to get him to talk about like opportunity zones. He was giving him like the black voter pitch, the black Republican.
Really?
Pitch. Yeah. And I was like, dude, like he's not that kind of Republican, to say the least,
Fair.
At this point, I think people know
So what
that.
were you saying?
Well, so eventually, Trump didn't have a lot of luck with him. So he's kind of fielding the table and he's talking to me. And
Trump does like other people to talk.
yes. He likes to talk too.
He does, for sure.
Yeah.
Bro, talking is half of Trump's job. Bro, yeah, like this man could go onto a stage with nothing prepared and immediately make like a speech that has at least one or two things that nobody forgets. Like, I like that trait about him because there's a lot of people that are super good at that. Like, even me recently, I was very bad at the start of my channel where I had to do so many jump cuts because of how bad I was at speaking. Now I've gotten a lot better and a lot more confident, but I still have those moments where I fuck up. Like, this video is at minimum gonna have 3 cuts. If you've went this long, you've probably seen all of them. Maybe more, but I don't know.
But he asks questions.
Yeah, he does.
More than you would think.
Well, he's a good guy, fundamentally.
Yeah.
He's a very warm guy. So he was asking everybody, what's up and who are you? And we got to talking. And, I guess it was going too well because I was being very complimentary of Trump. And Ye was kind of kicking me and saying, like, a couple days prior, we were talking about if Trump and Ye wind up on the debate stage, what is that going to look like?
Bro,
And I
that'd
was
be fucked.
coaching Ye, like, these are his weak areas. Like, this is where we got to attack Trump. And so Ye was like, tell him what you were saying the other day. Tell him what you were saying last night. And I was like, dude, that's our playbook. Like, we don't want to blow up our. And Trump was like,
Yeah, you don't tell Trump your playbook because I think he was in a meeting with Justin Trudeau once, and then he asked what would be the worst thing to like hit if America decided to tariff you. And Justin Trudeau said it would be our cars because I think about it was either 80 or 90% of all like Canadian cars are imported into America. And that's where the problem lies. Then Trump told him specifically, never answer that to anyone. Never answer that to anybody who tells you what's your biggest weakness. Bro. Bro, it's so funny.
go ahead, don't be bashful. Tell me, what is it? And I said, you know what? I said, I think you're one of the greatest living Americans. I said, I'm a young guy. I said, I really have nothing to say other than thank you. I have nothing but gratitude for what you've done for the country. I said, it's really not my place, to give you advice or correct you. And he said, no, don't be bashful. Tell me. And the story that I brought up was, this was really what sent me. In the first Fox News debate in 2015, in the Republican primary,
Yes.
Bret Baier, the first question said, raise your hand if you will not pledge to support the eventual nominee.
Yes.
And Trump raised his hand because that's what he was saying. He said, if I don't win, I'll run independent and I'll make Republicans lose. And so I brought that up and I told that story and I said, I feel like what was inspiring in 16 is that you were willing to let the Republican establishment lose. Like you were serious about blowing them up.
So, yeah, it's my way or the fucking highway. And let's be honest, Trump took over the Republicans. Like the establishment Republicans have to do what Trump wants because let's face it, the majority of Republicans now are MAGA. Establishment Republicans, like, I'm serious, you guys could fuck off. Like you guys, your only job is to get his policy done and then fuck off. That's all we need you for.
Such that you are not going to say, like Pat Buchanan, who I respect, but Sam Francis acknowledged that was one of his great mistakes, was ultimately endorsing Bush. I said, it showed you were serious. You were playing to win because you said, I will let this Republican Party crash and burn. I want to run as the Republican, but if I can't, I'll run independent. I said, and that's how I knew you were serious. And that's how I knew you were the guy. I said, and I feel like lately, this was right after Ronna McDaniel became the head of the RNC again. I was like, I feel like lately you're just behind all these people. I said, we're not here for Kevin McCarthy. We're not here for Ronna McDaniel or Mitch McConnell. I said, we are here for you. Like, we will die for you. We are loyal to you. I said, and when you did that, that showed you could win, and we rallied. I said, so I want to see more like that. I want to see you hit DeSantis, let's say, who is running against him. And he was like, oh, okay. He goes, oh, so you like that. It was right after he called them DeSanctimonious.
Yeah. It was a blessing DeSantis got Florida, man. It was a blessing. It was a blessing. Like this man doing great work out here. I would definitely let DeSantis become like I would definitely vote for DeSantis if he ever ran for, president. But yeah. If he doesn't, I have a secret idea to share with anyone who lives in California. Try to get him elected in your state. Like vote for him. I think it's like the thing where you could vote for someone, you could vote for someone and put their name on it that's not running. If you guys can make DeSantis win California, your every problem you have is gonna be fixed. But that's a very hard dream.
I said, that was awesome. You should have kept hitting him.
The only reason
The
only reason I'm saying that is because he can't run for another term this time in Florida. So passing him off to California temporarily, like he'll fix that giant pile of shit and make it work.
that. He goes, "This guy's hardcore. I like this guy," he was saying about me. And so I was trying to just get his mojo back, and gas him up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how it went between me and him.
And what was Ye saying at this point?
Well, he was beaming with pride, because Trump turns to him and says, "Who is this guy? This guy's great." And Ye was like, "Right?" And I was like, this is amazing.
Did you call your parents from the parking lot?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You'll never believe. Yeah.
I try never to think like, how will this be perceived? It's better just to like be as honest as you can be all the time.
Usually.
And and honest people will respond, agree or disagree, but they'll feel your sincerity and your honesty. But there are always people who are going to like distort it. And I recounted the base.
Yep, CNN, one of the worst like people to do that.
Say the Christian gospel at Charlie Kirk's memorial service, and everyone's like, "You're an anti-Semite." I literally didn't have one thought about Jewish people. It had nothing to do with that. It was whatever. So. But I was thinking about this conversation, which I'm sure can't imagine what that in the ways that it'll be distorted. But I do hope that people who want to learn what's happening and who you are will watch the whole thing. It's probably naive hope that it won't be reduced to whatever you're saying something naughty and me laughing and see they're both Nazis. I mean, that's going to happen, of course. But I'm willing to take that risk because I just think it's important to know you're clearly ascendant. You're enormously talented. You're more talented than I am, for sure, as a talker. So, and they've, there've been a lot of attempts to silence you and it hasn't worked. So my calculation, I'll just be as blunt as I can be, is like,
simple. It's called millennials like censorship because they're a bunch of dickheads. And Gen Z hates censorship. Especially the guys. I know, because Gen Z is my generation. Everyone in Gen Z hates millennials. Everyone.
sort of want to have Fuentes on. Everyone's going to be like, but you're a Nazi just like Fuentes. Okay. But then I'm like, I don't think Fuentes is going away. Ben Shapiro tried to like strangle him in the crib in college, and now he's bigger than ever. So it probably would just be worth hearing what Nick Fuentes thinks. I just want to be transparent about my motives here.
Yeah.
So those are my motives. Let me ask you, I referred earlier to the assassination attempt against you, and it's very fashionable, among like the permanent victim class, like every, BLM leader was, they're trying to kill me, or Seth.
And to be honest, most of the time it doesn't even happen. All the BLM leaders, like, they all got persecuted for tax evasion, scams, using charitable funds for other reasons, and like they don't make the movement look good because what was it? A few people, recently it was a girl and guy who took donations. The guy bought a motorcycle. He died, like, tragically. But then his girlfriend is now being prosecuted for using charitable donations to basically fund her own life. Like, I think it's been 7 or 8 different like high profile BLM people that got persecuted. And if you look at Nate the lawyer's channel, you'll be able to find so many of those cases. Like, it's just sad. It's sad how many cases there are.
Whatever from the Babylon Bee, people are trying to kill me, and people use threats against them, which are like daily for a lot of us, as a way to kind of make themselves unassailable or immune from criticism, or to attack their enemies. Your words inspired violence. What is stochastic terror? I can't even pronounce it. It's like some academic term, whatever. But you had a real assassination attempt, like an actual one, which got no publicity that I.
Yeah, that's bullshit too. Because let's see, Nick Fuentes, Donald Trump had one that was really close, one that thankfully was stopped, 2 that were found beforehand anything happened. So Trump had 4, with 1 being really bad. Charlie Kirk had a successful one. God bless his soul. Man, I feel bad, man. But his sadly ended. And then there's a lot of people like Ben Shapiro, Alex Jones, like God bless their souls. They said they were still gonna go to college campuses even though that happened. Steven Crowder, like he saw what happened, and this man still went out there, still decided to talk in a college campus. Like God bless his soul. Like bless these guys for having the bravery to still do that. But yeah, and then people are like, "Oh, why don't you turn down your temperature?" It's like you killed our friend, you made fun of his death, you misinterpreted all his quotes, you lied about him, you pretended he was a Nazi and the worst person ever, and in actuality, he was like so moderate to the point everyone else on the right like that basically showed that, hey, you would happily make fun of us dying. You would happily make fun of us because Charlie Kirk was extraordinarily moderate on so many issues. Like outside of the abortion one, he was moderate on pretty much everything else. He was moderate, he was kind, he was well spoken, he was intelligent, he was a great speaker. And these people demonized him, said he was this, that, lied about his legacy, celebrated his death. And then they're surprised when the right is not willing to forgive the left and not willing to, quote unquote, turn the temperature down after our guy fucking died in front of us, and a few hundred videos were made celebrating his death, and nobody on the left bothered covering that part, that people were celebrating the death of a great man. And then there's gonna be like those retards in the comments. Like I got a few, but like they'll post like 3 quotes that don't even interpret the full things he said as justification for his death. When in reality, these guys are just dickheads that they don't care about Charlie Kirk. They don't care about anything he said. They're just dickheads that ride the same 3 points that the media tells them to, and they're mindless sheep. They always will be, and they're dickheads. Fuck them.
I recall what happened.
Yeah, well, it was after the election last year. I put out this tweet and I said, "Your body, my choice" on election night. And I wasn't. Look, I'm not going to apologize for it, but I thought it was like a weak, it's like a lame joke. It's kind of like the most obvious turn of phrase.
It's a college joke. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
So I wasn't. I had other good jokes that night, but that was like the one that caught on because I just think it captured the imagination of liberals who were like, "It's over for us," which it kind of is, but
Fuck
in some ways. But so I put that out there. I didn't even vote for Trump, but I put that tweet out.
Vote for?
I didn't vote at all. I just recused myself. But that's just what makes it ironic because I became in some ways emblematic of the election, even though I didn't participate. But so it got 100 million impressions on Twitter, and people were saying on the news that kids were saying it in school. It was on like the news that in middle schools and high schools, the boys were saying that to the girls, "Your body, my choice." So it became this thing where it's like he's creating this toxic environment for.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw it out there since we're talking about women. There's so much shit women can say and get away with that men can't do the same. And it's this unfair treatment where women aren't held accountable to a lot of the stuff they do, while men are held accountable for everything, including things they don't even do. Like if you come here with yoga pants, hugging like your thighs and everything, and then like a sports bra, and then you purposefully go in front of a guy to try and get one creepy look, and then say how much of a creep he is. Well, guess what? You're gonna get a lot of guys pissed off because you're purposefully doing it, or the girls purposefully jumping on people in the subway, harassing them sexually, and then girls find it funny because they're not held accountable for it. And then there's girls that, whenever a guy just innocently asks them out on a date, say, "Oh, he's a creep. Fuck you," and like all this stuff. And this is something that's happened predominantly to guys, pretty much entirely. And then women are surprised that guys don't want to go up to them, don't want to talk to them, don't want to date, and don't want to even deal with you in the first place, then they complain about that. So it's a situation in which feminists and a lot of annoying women have created where guys don't want to go up to women and don't want to do that to the amount that like even previous generations did. Because what before was a harmless way of saying, "Hey, can I ask you out on a date? I think you look beautiful," is now demonized. If you're not a 10 out of 10, it's demonized. That's basically how it is.
Women. So the internet lost its mind, and people then started posting my address online because they were so unhappy with the tweet. And so on TikTok.
Yeah, and then they want you fucking killed. Every one of those people should be prosecuted for even doing that. Like, these people know exactly what the point is. The point is some crazy dude is gonna come and kill him for you. They're gonna celebrate it, and then they're not gonna have, like, any backlash against them. I hate people like that. They need to be jailed for doing that.
And on Twitter, a screenshot of my address, my phone number, all my personal information. It went viral. And when I say viral, I mean there were multiple tweets that got 20 million views with my whole readout, all my information.
Like your actual address where you spend the night.
Yes, where I live, where I do my show, all of it.
Damn, did you know that?
Yeah, I started to see it. So the election Tuesday, obviously, it was like Thursday that my address starts blowing up. I was going to do a show Friday, and someone shows up to my house. Some weird looking.
And that's what I mean. That's what these people intend to do. Some wacko shows up to your house. It's basically like politicians. Like, oh, you see this? This is the carrot. Go get it. And then when he gets the carrot, you're like, oh, yeah, I did not know that was going to happen. Yeah, I did not know he was going to eat the carrot. Yeah, I totally didn't know that was going to happen. That's what these people do it because they're not held accountable for it. We need to hold these people accountable and make an example out of them to show that this is not a good thing to do.
Guy shows up to my house and just walks through the yard, walks through the gangway into the backyard, and is just circling my house and then goes away. So we call the cops, me and my producer, and we said, maybe we shouldn't do a show tonight. And that weekend, we hired private security just for the weekend, like 200 people.
You didn't have security?
No, I don't have security. Well, I didn't then.
Of any kind?
I didn't have cameras or anything, even. I had nothing.
Okay.
I was raw dogging it. Yeah, which was not smart, maybe, but never had a problem like that.
I've always lived that way too.
Yeah. But so that weekend, we hired a security guard just to park his car outside the house and monitor things. Literally 200 people came.
To your house?
Yes. Not all at once, but one after the other. Driving by, yelling, walking by, throwing eggs. Multiple people threw eggs in my house, ordering pizzas, ordering DoorDash, whatever, walking through the gangway. It was like a war zone. Like this security guard was yelling at people all night, and it went on all weekend. And then it went on throughout the next week and the next weekend. And it was bad. I got out of my house. I went to a hotel for a week while this was happening, waited for it to blow over.
You do your show from the hotel?
No, I took a week off.
Wow. Did you announce any of this in public?
No, I had to keep it very...
Why?
I didn't want to track more of it.
Yeah.
Because if you say, oh, they're here, then people go, oh, no, we got to keep up the pressure, right, or turn it up. And people at that time were talking about burning my house down. Like on TikTok, there were viral videos.
Yeah, all those people should be prosecuted, and those videos need to be sent to the FBI. Every one of them needs to be held accountable. Fuck every one of those people. Every freaking one of them.
Videos of people saying, we're going to burn his house down. And then they doxed my parents' address. People are showing up to my parents' house.
Exactly.
It got really bad. And eventually it just blew over. About a month passed. And at that time, so it was like late December. It's actually funny. It was December 18th. I remember because that's an important date to me.
Why?
And it's Joseph Stalin's birthday.
Oh.
I'm a fan.
You're a fan of Stalin's?
Oh, shit. Not a fan of Stalin myself. Nah.
I was an admirer, but we don't need to go into that. I guess. Like,
let's okay. Let's get back.
Well,
we'll circle.
Yeah. That one's weird. I don't support Joseph Stalin.
Go back to that.
It was weird because the reason I mentioned that, it was almost like, because I woke up that day and I was like, oh, it's December 18th. And I was just like very acutely aware of like, today's like a strange day. This is the day that the attempt happened. And so nothing had been happening for weeks at this point. So election's like what, November 3rd, month and a half has passed. Nobody's coming to my house anymore, rarely. And I'm doing my show like normal. And I'm reaching the end of the show and I see out of the corner of my eye, I get an alert from my Ring doorbell camera that somebody's at the front door. And so I'm reading through my super chats. I'm going through live
You're
chat
on the
messages. Yeah, I'm live. And, I'm working through the messages and I'm keeping an eye on it. And I see that this guy has a loaded gun. The guy's
of course.
So laugh.
Yeah. Well,
so you're live, and
yes.
you see that there's a guy with a gun outside your door.
Yes. He's got a motorcycle helmet and a backpack. He's got a gun drawn and he's knocking on the door yelling. And the thing is, I didn't want to tip him off that I knew he was there because I thought, I don't want him to get the drop on me or something. I just didn't want to give him any information about, because I don't know if he's listening to my show. If I start freaking out or cancel the show, I don't know. Maybe he knows more about my movements inside. So I keep the show going for like a minute and I wrap it up very quickly. I finish the show. My producer comes running in and I say, who is that? What's going on? And he goes, oh, I called the cops. They're here. The guy's gone. I said, okay, good. So I start getting changed out of my suit and I hear gunshots go off outside.
Damn.
Yeah. And I literally like jumped to the ground because I'm like, I don't know what's happening here. And I step outside for a minute after the dust kind of settles and there's like 10 cop cars all up and down the street and they have the whole block locked down. Police tape everywhere. There's like a dozen cops. Like I said, the whole block is shut down. The alley is shut down. And they go, get back inside, get back inside. We have no idea what's going on. We have no idea what happened. And they wouldn't let me or my producer leave until the morning.
To be honest, I fully agree with the cops. Safety is the number one priority, even if it means, even if it means being forced to stay in a house that you meant to leave. I 100% agree. Great police work by them. Great police work.
That's how late they were there. And finally, at the end of the night, after all the cops left, I came out in the very early morning.
Did no one come and explain any of this to you?
No, nobody said anything. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that part's ridiculous because it's like, hey, what happened? Oh, we shot 40 bullets in him and he doesn't exist anymore. Oh, thank you.
And finally, I go out in the morning and I ask the guy, oh, okay, what happened? He told me the story. And so it turns out that it's this young guy. He's 23 years old, white, nerd, short guy. He was...
Hey, aren't you describing yourself?
At U of I, University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, about 2 hours south of where I live. He killed 3 people earlier in the day.
Holy shit.
He went to his roommate's house, college roommate's house, killed his roommate, killed the sister, the guy's mother, got in his car and drove directly to my house, parked outside my house,
Oh, that's tragic. God bless their souls. God bless their souls. Yeah, that guy is a fucking demon. Fuck that piece of shit. Got
out a .22 pistol and an automatic crossbow. Weird choice. And he knocked on the door, which is where I saw him. He went around the house. He tried the back door, tried the front door. And the cops pulled up. He took off running through the gangway, hopped the fence, ran into the neighbor's house. I guess he went into the neighbor's basement because the door was unlocked. He was hiding from the police. He shot 2 of their dogs, which is devastating. He runs back outside. and the cops see him. He shoots at the cops. The cops shot him in the face, and he dies on the spot.
Who?
R.I.P. those dogs and those other people. God bless their souls.
What was his motive?
They never told me. To this day, I have no idea.
They never told you?
No.
So what contact did you have with the police after this?
They came by about a week later. Illinois State Police came to retrieve the ring camera footage of the whole incident. And so they had me download that onto a thumb drive. And that's it. I never heard from the cops, never heard from the government.
Not at all?
No, nothing.
A guy comes to murder you. He's murdered 3 other people and 2 dogs. He gets shot to death and no one bothers to tell you anything?
Nope, nothing.
Is it really a country at this point?
No.
I mean,
it's ridiculous. And
so what was his motive? Do you have any idea?
I have no idea. So the story that I read online, because obviously the news followed up on this, and they said that, so he was like 5'5". I guess he was involved with drugs, actually, with his roommate. They sold drugs together, something like that. They had a falling out over the drug money or something like
fucking course. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Drug addict. That's tragic.
that. The roommate beat the shit out of him so bad he dropped out of school. He had this major falling out with the roommate, but they were close, had a big falling out. The shooter took him to small claims court over some money. And I guess this guy was just in a downward spiral. He lost his job. He got in a hit and run crash and ran from the police. Then he was swearing at the cops when they showed up to arrest him. And I guess his life just kept getting worse and worse and worse. I assume he took it out on the roommate and popped off.
Yeah.
Killed the whole family.
It's horrifying, but how do you fit into that?
So this is just my opinion, speculation. This is like a month after Luigi Mangione. He had on and the shooter at my house had on a motorcycle helmet and like a costume. And so I think he was maybe like a copycat of Luigi Mangione. He thought he was going to be like a hero and assassinate some reviled political figure who was going viral at that time, being hated for that tweet. So I think that might have been the motive, but that's pure speculation. Yeah. I have no idea.
I mean, it's a well-documented fact that all kinds of bad actors use unstable people for political assassinations, right? It's happened. We know it's happened. Mm-hmm. So do you think this might be an example of that?
I don't think so, but it's certainly possible. The reason I say I don't think so.
It's kind of funny. I mean, I think of you as conspiracy-minded, but you don't have a conspiracy in mind here.
No, because I really believe that when you look at all these things, and by these things, I mean these like really disturbing instances of violence like Luigi Mangione or Charlie Kirk or these school shootings, there is something going on with these kids.
Yep.
It's nihilism. It's these people that are maybe mentally defective, extreme.
And the worst part is, like, the people that glorify assassination culture. Like, this is a problem that has been building up. You can see Charlie Kirk's death. A bunch of people celebrated. Luigi Mangione. A bunch of people celebrated. Donald Trump. A bunch of people were pissed off he wasn't, like, hit directly. Like, there's so many cases of there's a growing assassination culture that people are happy when it happens. Like, I've seen one girl be like, oh, if you kill this person, I'm going to show you my tits. Like bullshit stuff like that. It's absolutely vile. It's disgusting that it's happening because assassination culture is bad. Like, defending yourself is one thing, but assassinating someone just because you don't like what they think or say, that is a totally other different thing. And people like that are worthless pieces of shit. They should be treated like worthless pieces of shit. But yet, there's these people that if you hit someone that they don't like, they'll happily celebrate it. And these people must be shunned and suppressed. They must be told how bad celebrating someone's assassination is.
Online, I think there's like a real problem there. And I don't doubt that Sometimes these people are involved with maybe a foreign government, or they're being groomed or put up to it by an operative. But I think to assume that it's always that ignores that, like, there's a very real problem of nihilistic, surrealist violence that comes from young people. And, like this guy it's a triple homicide out of nowhere, and then he tries to kill me. I think he just went crazy, but I could be wrong.
Describe the circumstances that have led to this violence. Like, how does a normal young man, go from being a normal young man to being a murderer?
I think that it has a lot to do. If you read through all these stories, they always have a few things in common, which is that, and people have pointed this out, this is not new, SSRIs are always a big one.
Of course.
But what that points to is a depressive streak. It's always somebody that is a loner, socially dislocated, or socially dysfunctional. They don't have many real life friends, engage in real life activities, slip through the cracks. That's always how it starts. Then they get into either they're medicated by a therapist with SSRIs, or they self-medicate, which is extremely common with alcohol, weed, which is extremely potent now, and you could get THC from like a vape pen. So it's very powerful, very accessible. When I was in high school, my stoner friends would have to like go on a walk to the park and roll a joint. Now with the vape, you can hit that anywhere, I guess.
Of course.
It's very discreet. They also do psychedelics. I think that's a huge part of it. And
how is that a huge part of it?
I think that a lot of them get turned on. They'll do alcohol, marijuana, and then I think they get into psychedelics like LSD or MDMA. And I think those things induce psychosis. These psychoactive drugs, whether it's marijuana by itself or it's LSD, I think they tend to induce psychosis and exacerbate those like existing problems. And basically what happens, I would say that is maybe the next step. And then the other ingredient that's always there is, although they don't have a social life in the real world, they have a social life on the internet.
Yes.
Yep.
So they're deeply involved in obscure internet forums, Discord, gaming communities.
Yep.
So increasingly, ChatGPT is inducing psychosis. People talk to ChatGPT all day, all night. And you basically have, between the three of these things, they kind of go into like a different world between the psychoactive substances.
Yep. This is like that thing where you can't really live in the real world anymore without being a part of the internet now. Like, you fill out your job application on the internet, you watch YouTube videos on the internet, you look for entertainment on the internet, you post yourself on the internet, you post what you ate on the internet, you talk to your family on the internet. The internet has become a basically unseparable part of the real world at this point, where now so much is in it to the point where it can't be ignored anymore. Society now has to live through two different universes. The first one is on your phone, and the second one is real life.
Make-believe reality of the internet, totally disconnected from the real world. I think they enter into like this delusional state. And I think that's where that shooter in Minneapolis, I think that's what that was. I think if Tyler Robinson is found guilty, there's been some interesting screenshots about him and his transgender boyfriend.
Yep.
It's the same story there, if that's true. And I would imagine it was not dissimilar with the guy that showed up and tried to kill me. I think those are always the ingredients that produce that kind of violence.
Yep.
It's interesting, your audience, as I imagine it, I've never seen any of your numbers. I don't even know how big your audience is. It seems big to me, but I think of them as young men. That's the bulk of your audience, right?
Yes.
And yet here you are criticizing weed and video games and the internet, and you work on the internet. You are a creation. I mean, you wouldn't exist without the internet, of course. You didn't get a job at NBC News.
I mean, it makes sense. You can criticize something while still using it. Like, I guess. So, like, that's the whole thing. So, like, people drink alcohol, but then they say, don't drink and drive because you're likely to get someone else killed or yourself. Like, you can do that.
So, what kind of reaction do you get when you criticize weed, gaming, and the internet to young men?
A lot of them agree with it because they get it. It's their life. a lot of them, that's their life. Their life is, and another thing we didn't even bring up is the porn thing, which is there also.
Yep, definitely the porn thing. Yep. It went from real women to anime girls to 3D girls to what do you call them? Fuck. Oh, yeah, to OnlyFans, then to VTubers, then to AI girls. That's the current one. Women also have this problem too, but I'm just saying this from a male perspective, like what happened generally.
This is their life. Weed, gaming, porn. And I think they know it's bad. I think they know there's like some sense of guilt. And so it's interesting. I would say it's maybe an 80-20 split where 20% say, oh, you're against weed? Not cool, man. It's just a plant. What, they're very defensive about it, about these addictions. And I think 80% say, I know I have a problem. Like I have a guilty conscience. I know it's bad. I know it's terrible.
Why are you against weed?
Because I think that it's compromises the integrity of your mental faculties. I think there's something deeply wrong with that.
I fully agree. And here's my thing. I know people that have taken weed, and I know this one specific person that took weed. But basically, she had like way too many withdrawals from it, and she was obviously poor, depressed, got pregnant way earlier than expected. Her family kicked her out of the house. Like she's very overly emotional. She's I would say mentally unstable to a very certain extent. And she's very talkative. She likes talking about her traumas and past. And yes, she did get one of these at one point. But the whole point was that I've known her, so I've seen like what the problems she gained, what happened with her, everything. And I got to see that from a perspective of someone who like look. I've smoked weed before. I've smoked cigarettes before. I even drank beer before. But the thing is, it's not like I do these things regularly. The only time I did those was when I was offered it, and I didn't like any of them. And the only time I drink beer is very occasionally if I'm invited to a party. But the thing is, I know they're bad, and I know if you do them too much, they can be bad. But some people, like, they can't control themselves, something happens, and yeah. It's one of those facts of adult life, which is you can try your best to save everyone or tell them that this has bad effects or that this is bad. But at the end of the day, they're still adults, and if they're ruining their lives off of something, it's a choice that they have to fix themselves, not really you. You can try your best, but if you're getting nowhere, sometimes the best thing to do is just cut them off and let them eventually either crash or figure out why it's bad. But if it's for those people who are better at controlling themselves, good on you. Good on you. You're basically just Snoop Dogg.
When you, I'm against alcohol too. I think it's wrong to numb pain. I think pain is a part of life. I think
Yep.
sobriety is like should be experienced, and I think that weed is even worse because I think that one, it's very dangerous. There's a lot of numbers now out of like California and Washington that people are going to the hospital for psychosis. People are going crazy because of
it's also more subtle and therefore more insidious. Like you can't, I've done it. If you have a 12 pack for breakfast, like everyone knows. But if you take a hit off the dab pen, like nobody knows.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use it all the time.
Yeah, and
I know some people that basically, how like people take their phones everywhere? It's basically their second phone. When they're not on their phone, they use the vape, and they can't live without it. And some people they just can't get off of it. They have to take it everywhere. They have to use it everywhere. It is a part of their life now. It is a big part of their life. And here's the thing. You can throw as many anti-smoking ads, as many anti-drinking ads, as many anti-whatever ads you want. But you have to realize that these people are adults, and if they ruin their lives, it's something that they choose to do themselves. It's not something that is easy to control without making an illegal black market for it that might make the problem even worse than it already is.
It makes you a loser. It makes you lazy. You know, people that are addicted to weed are not motivated, don't care about anything other than weed. You know,
I
there's sort of
agree.
like an irony there where I used to hang out with a lot of stoners in high school. I never smoked weed, but all my friends did. And
Well, then it's a good job you don't have them as friends anymore.
they were so chill and relaxed and didn't care about anything. But if you criticized weed, they would freak out and get extremely defensive.
Yes, I've noticed.
Right? If you insinuate that it's addictive, if you say it's a problem, they get very like junkie behavior. And so I've always hated it. I think it's disgusting.
What is porn exactly? Like, describe.
Tucker Carlson, I'm just going to tell you. I hope Nick doesn't tell him the extent porn has got into recently, because I think he might die because he's an old person. Porn has there's a lot of weird shit out there now. There's a lot of weird fucking shit out there now.
How available is porn? What is it? I know what porn is, but like you said, it's a huge factor in the lives of young men and a bad factor. Why?
Well, this is another thing where it's reality distortion. That's kind of the theme. Just like psychedelics distort reality, just like a kind of internet society is a form of delusion, so is porn, in the sense that, you know, a lot of people maybe don't realize, and we talked about this a little bit, people are getting turned on to porn when they're like 10 years old.
Yep, that is fucking true. I know from personal experience. 9 years old. Yeah. But the thing is, you can do your best to try and stop kids from watching porn, but if Billy wants to see a pair of tits, he will find a way to see a pair of tits. He will fucking find a way.
And when you are going through puberty, when you're developing your sexual faculties, how could you stay away from that? Every kid has a phone, every kid has an iPad, and every iPad and phone is,
Oh, not only that, but if you look at a lot of the music videos too, you can see that like it pretty much like all the women like pretty much promote this stuff. All in skimpy outfits, all talking about their bodies, all talking about like all this stuff. How many men they've been with, like how good it is when they're in bed. You see this predominantly with women, where at the same time they would be like, oh, don't objectify me. At the same time, they would also wear skimpy outfits that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between her and a hooker. Well, then she gets mad at you for pointing it out.
you know, if you know what it is, load it up with porn. And it's infinite and it's ubiquitous and you can get every kind of it you want, whenever you want. It's in your pocket.
Yep.
And so something that is almost never talked about is that this is a generation that's totally sexually dysfunctional, I think, because of pornography. And some people are able to cope with it. Some people don't have a problem. But I think a lot of people, and maybe even a small minority, have a serious problem with it.
I agree.
And
How does it make people sexually dysfunctional?
I think that it's impossible for a real woman to compete with the availability and the novelty of pornography.
That's true.
A real woman, like without getting graphic, she's only one person, and maybe she wants to do something sexual, maybe she doesn't. Porn is you
could see whatever if you want to see ropes, you get ropes. If you want candles, you get candles. If you want 2 girls, you get 2 girls. If you want 2 guys, you get 2 guys. Like porn is you can find every fucking thing.
You could have 100 different women in one sitting doing anything. Mm-hmm. That whatever niche or idiosyncratic thing a person might be into, it's there.
Like feet.
And so I think that novelty combined with that availability, it makes it so that, when you think about courting a woman, juice isn't worth the squeeze.
True.
And so there's like also a problem of like erectile dysfunction, people that can't enjoy regular sex because it does not compare to the intensity, the novelty, and the availability of porn. It's hyper stimulation. And so I think that's sabotaging a lot of normal sexual relationships.
It seems like it's making a lot of people gay too.
Yeah, and trans.
You think that's true?
100%.
What is that?
I think that the novelty is a huge part of that. I think that if you are somebody that uses pornography multiple times per day, which many people do.
Actually?
Oh, absolutely.
Bro, man, Tucker. Nick, please go easy on Tucker. Please go easy on Tucker here. Please do not make him have a heart attack, Nick. Please go easy. Just let him enjoy his blissful unaware. Let him be blissfully unaware in his age. Just let him continue to live life not knowing how bad it is. Please, Nick, go easy on him.
That's a lot of jerking off.
It's a huge problem.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you're doing that multiple times a day, every day for years since you're a kid, well, eventually you get bored and you want to move on to something more extreme. And you're kind of, it operates, I think, similar to like a drug. You kind of have the same kind of resistance to it that you would to a drug, or a tolerance for it. And you're always chasing that initial feeling the first time you used it or the first time you saw a certain thing. And I think eventually you just chase more taboo, more transgressive. And I think maybe some people are more prone to that than other people, going in a really extreme direction.
Is how Charlie Sheen got AIDS, actually.
Yeah.
Through just being jaded and looking for something more transgressive. That's just a fact.
And there's something too about what it does when you look at it. Because people don't realize that it is a fundamentally different experience being involved in intercourse versus watching other people have intercourse. And I think that actually does something to you.
Tell me, what do you mean?
I think that, you know, for example, I think Steve Saylor has written about this, that there's multiple kinds of transsexuals. And he says that one kind of transsexual is somebody that likes the idea of seeing themselves as a woman. It's autogynephilia.
Yes.
And I think that, you know, one of the theories for that is you watch a man having sex with a woman that isn't you so much, you kind of achieve an identity with the woman in like a weird, sick way. You almost identify with the woman.
I get that.
And so there's weird things that happen when you're watching that and having such strong emotional and sexual experiences with it.
That's fascinating. I've sensed for a long time, having had a lot of young male employees mention porn as a problem. I mean, the big porn companies give visibility to foreign intel services on the back end. So that means people know what you're looking at. There's likely video and audio of you watching. So that, you know, that's like so.
Oh, here's a random fun fact. What he says, there's a likelihood it's true. But here's a random fun fact. There's a lot of church sites that have worse security than porn sites. So you're more likely to get a virus from certain churches because of lack of security than you are from watching porn, because, you know, why would a porn website that's popular want all their people getting hacked? Like you don't want that. That's your clientele. You want to protect them.
So it's such a deal killer for me.
I do agree. There probably is a level of that somewhere.
Not a huge expert on the topic, but I have always sensed this was a huge deal, but I've always been too embarrassed to like do a show on it.
Mm-hmm.
But it sounds like you're describing something that's everywhere, that affects everybody, and that is, do you think it's related to the huge decline in like actual sex?
Yes.
And relationships and marriage.
And feminism. I think feminism had a huge part in this.
Screwed up dating. All of this derives in part from porn, do you think?
I think it's a huge part of it. It's a huge factor. And it's even on the other side too. It's become so destigmatized for women to actually participate in porn. People don't even recognize that OnlyFans is a whole separate category. It's an innovation.
Yep. And I think it was like 1 in 10 girls from Gen Z, or pretty much, I think age 20, it was age 18 to 24 girls are on OnlyFans, and that was done a few years ago. It might be like every 2 in 10 girls now. And the whole thing is, who do they have to look up to? Nicki Minaj. What does she do? Spread her cheeks. Who does she have to look up to? Taylor Swift. What does she do? She doesn't age. So you shouldn't age either. Who do you look up to? Kim Kardashian. What does she do? She had a porn that came out, and she has a big butt, so you gotta get a BBL. And I think women have a lot of this problem too. The difference, I would say, is that like a lot of women are more protective of this problem than men are, because they don't like being criticized, so they hate the idea of you saying this is bad, because then they'll say I can do whatever I want with my body because it's my choice. But then, when guys get desensitized to looking at girls being like that, since they always are wearing that stuff, and they aren't interested, they get mad at them because they don't understand why are they not interested
in the realm of pornography, because you have what everyone knows as porn, which is like videos of porn stars, like dedicated career sex workers having sex in a relatively controlled environment or something like that. But then you get OnlyFans, which is like Patreon for nudes or sex. Yep. And basically, there's now a very large subculture, much larger than people want to admit, of women who the moment they turn 18, that is what they do.
Oh, yep. Not joking. In my channel, I once got a comment where a random girl just commented on one of my videos. And I could tell it was a girl because she looked like 20 or 30 in her profile pic. And then some guy right below the comment asked her for her OnlyFans. And I was like, oh my god, it's happening in my channel. That's where it's come. It happened in my channel once. I've seen the revolution, and it might get worse because it's become so normal that guys ask for girls' OnlyFans now, and there are some guys that get mad when a girl doesn't have OnlyFans.
They make an OnlyFans account and they become an amateur porn star, and it is completely casual. Because you could say that maybe 10 years ago, even at the heyday of internet porn, to be in porn, you got to be a porn star. Like that's your life and that's your career and that's who you are. And it's very shameful. With OnlyFans, it's like having a TikTok. It's like, here's my link tree. Here's my Instagram account. Here's my Facebook account. Here's my YouTube. And here's my OnlyFans.
Why would any of this be legal?
I think that, well, there's, like you indicated, maybe there's an intelligence benefit to that.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a political benefit to that. I think that...
Well, why wouldn't you arrest the people who...
It's simply because if you judge women, you're not going to get women voters. And that's why you judge men, because apparently men are the only ones safe to be judged. But the moment you do it to women, then a big problem arises.
Run something like that.
They should be. If you had a Christian government...
Or how about just a government that cares about its people? I mean, is Iran a bigger threat or is OnlyFans? Iran's not turning my daughters to prostitution that I'm aware of.
Right.
Right? I mean, that seems like one of the worst things that could happen to any society.
Oh, absolutely.
So how big is the support for that? Like if a candidate were to come out and say, we ought to arrest the guys who own MindGeek, which is the biggest, I think it's the biggest porn supplier in the world, or the guys who run OnlyFans, what would the reaction be among... I don't know, people under 50?
Oh, yeah, there would be a fucking riot. There would be a riot. Specifically from the girls. Specifically. It would probably be like 70% girls, 30% guys. And maybe like there'll be a section of guys that join in just because they want to sleep with the girls.
I think there would be broad support for that.
Really?
I do, actually, yes.
I hope someone will say that. And
someone needs to.
I hope someone arrests them like right away.
Yeah,
Maybe,
that was actually
seizes their assets and puts them in prison.
Well, seizes their bodies and puts them in jail. Yeah, I mean,
the owners.
I mean, technically, that's what you do when you put someone in jail.
Of that, people who are, I mean, talk about human trafficking.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I thought we were against human trafficking.
Yeah. Well,
so but you think that young people, because you always think of young people as so liberal, but like, no, they wouldn't think that was crazy?
No, I think especially among young men, they know it's a problem. It's ruining their lives.
Yep.
And they know it.
So what are the other factors that prevent, I'm sorry I called you gay, by the way, but I think I'm just too old.
Oh, yeah, but he's just a weird little gay kid in his closet. And then Nick was like, oh, you think I'm gay? No, you think I'm a weird little gay kid from Chicago? And then he was like, you're right. Well, about the thing about Chicago, and then... bro, that was funny.
Or something, I'm like, why is anyone married? You tell me, why aren't people married?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's the women. The women are extremely liberal.
Yes.
No one talks about that. They're increasingly they do, especially
it.
after the last election. There's a 45-point difference between men and women. The men are extremely conservative, increasingly. The women are extremely liberal.
What are they liberal on? What issues? Like, what does that mean?
Every fucking issue, man. Like, I'm gonna say this. Here's the way you get the majority of female voters on your side, and it's so simple. It's no stigmatism for sleeping around or doing OnlyFans or any of that stuff, and abortion for every part in pregnancy, no matter what. That's pretty much how you win women over. That is 60% of women. You win them over by that. It's a sad reality.
Liberal.
Oh, they're very feminist.
Like, actually?
Extremely feminist, yes.
They don't believe that, do they?
I think they do.
Really?
Absolutely,
yes. How could you believe that? I think gender roles are a construct, that none of this is inborn? Like, you'd have to be an idiot to think that.
They like the idea of it. They like
like the idea, not the actual execution.
Of course, I think all women naturally want strong men.
Mm-hmm. Of course, obviously.
They naturally want a Chad. You know, they want like a tall, buff guy.
Yep.
But I think they like the idea of none of them want to work either. None of them actually want to work.
No, that's true. Of course. That's
right.
It's obviously true. It's always been true. Work outside the home.
Right.
They don't have enough work at home. You know, there's a lot to do. But no, I completely agree. So that's why I question, like, they're feminists in what sense?
Yes. And, you know, they like these vague appeals to equality. We want a chance to work and we want respect. And
here's the fact. Most of them don't want equality. They want priority without accountability. That's what they want. So think about it like men have a lot of benefits, but also a lot of downsides in society. A benefit of being a man generally is you're stronger and physically more capable. That's one thing. And another thing is you're generally more capable of separating from the group and thinking for yourself. The downside of being a man is if you're not the best pick, less girls want you. And not only that, but there are also a section of men that, like, men are very spread apart. Men are the top geniuses, the top athletes, the top everything in the world, the top inventors in the world. But then there's a group of men that are the worst criminals, the people who have done the worst things in society, the most, like, bottom of the barrel losers and or worst people imaginable. And this is the thing. Men have these two sides with some in the middle, but women have these two sides to a lesser degree, and then a lot more in the middle. So a lot more women are kind of average intelligence, average everything, follow the group. And while there are generally exceptions to that, in most cases, most women are in the middle. They generally agree with each other. They generally like all the same things. But then when you get to men, you get a guy like Nick Fuentes, then you get a guy like Andrew Tate, and they're astronomically different. And that's what happens. Then there's things like, you know, just like who's the best fighter in the world? Like, you're obviously going to say it's Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, Bruce Lee. Like, you're never going to see a woman on that list. But then when you say who's the best chess player, you're going to say Magnus Carlsen, you're going to say Hikaru Nakamura, you're going to say Gary Kasparov, you're going to say these people. But then you're never going to see a woman on that list. And that's the thing. They want the parts that are good of being a man, which is being considered the best in the world, but they don't want all the stigmatism and problems of being a man at the same time. They don't want you have to work extremely hard to get your value in life. They don't want sometimes you have to work a job that requires you potentially dying, like construction or working in a coal mine or working in a dangerous facility. They don't want that. They want like a CEO of a big company or the HR of a big company or the, manager of a big company. But they also don't want the guy who has to stack up 60-pound equipment every single day working his ass off, person who has to fix the AC after it's broken, person who has to fix the car after it's broken, person who has to enter the sewer to unclog it in case anything happens, and that job's nasty. They basically want all the nice cushy jobs without any of the downsides of having the dangerous, terrible conditions that men have to do for society to run.
Ultimately, I think the whole political system is just based around women never being accountable for any of their choices.
Yep.
Ultimately, that seems to be that's what abortion is.
Yep. Not accountable for bad sexual decisions, not accountable for having bad boyfriends your entire life, not accountable for how many person you slept with, not accountable for being violent in public to your partner, because if you hit him, it's nobody stigmatizes it, but if he hits you, all hell breaks loose and some random white knight is going to defend her. Not being held accountable for the same crime. For example, a lot of men have far harsher sentences for the same crime that women commit as well. Or another thing is, when you sleep with students that are underage, men, their lives are destroyed. But female teachers, like, it is a problem, but yet too many people think, oh yeah, that guy got lucky. Or sometimes they'll think, oh, the guy raped her even though he's underaged. Like, that's what it means.
Yeah, of course.
Because 99% of abortions are elective. So they say
95. It was 95 recently. But yeah, 95 are because they want it. The other few are like for other reasons, but if you can count like, rape or bad things happening, it's generally less than like 1 to 2%, generally far less.
it's an unplanned pregnancy. You had sex out of wedlock with someone you didn't intend to have kids with. So now we have to kill the kids in the womb.
Mm-hmm.
And, these no-fault divorce laws. These women get married to guys maybe they never intend to stay with. And
oh, yeah, that one's true. Okay, 67% of all high net worth women earn it from divorce. 67. I brought this up in a video previously, but it's 67. High net worth women from divorce. Think about that. Divorce is their main source of currency, or how they got famous. Or like how you see a lot of women that's, there's basketball stars, and then these women are known as the wives, and then once they break up with them, people see them as like, oh, strong, independent. No. There's divorce basically has become a financial market for women to get money without putting in the hard work of getting the money. Just look attractive, just deal with him for 1 or 2 years, then divorce him, get half of his shit, take his kids away, force him to pay alimony and child support, all that. And then while he's in crippling debt, your life is doing well. Anyways, that's why I support you guys getting prenups as well as DNA test. Every single time. When a woman tells you I love you, always take it as I love you for now. Always be cautious, because there's too many women that are very good at pretending they love you rather than actually loving you. And this is a harsh reality for men. Most women love you if you're useful to them. It's not like your mother. There's not many women that love you unconditionally no matter what. That is the reality of life. Leave that to your mother. Your mother is that woman that will always love you. Unless she's a piece of shit, in which case it doesn't apply. But generally, your mother is the woman that would love you for no matter who you are, no matter what you do. Even if you come out a little ugly or an underachiever, she will love you. So save that love for her. For women you're with, take it as she's with you and you're basically the king of your castle. You're letting her in. And if she disrespects you too much, if she treats you badly, if she tries to walk all over you, fix that behavior. And if she doesn't want it, break up with her. There is absolutely zero reason you should be with a woman that disrespects you. You're the man in her life. You're the protector. You're the king.
And then when they're out, they're done. And they want child support and they want half the stuff. And I think a lot of men are looking at women and they're very liberal. They're overweight.
Yep.
They have a very high estimation of themselves. I think that people call it hoflation.
Oh yeah, no. Basically, a lot of women who would normally be like 2s, 4s, 6s on the hot scale have a extremely high like idea of how sexy or attractive they are, because basically they've been propped up all their lives as beautiful, no matter what shape they are, no matter what body they're in, no matter what they do, no matter how many people they sleep with, even if they're done having fun or if they went through a whole phase, they're always seen as beautiful. And men, the best way to combat this is just never marry them. Never marry them. Never marry them. And life will work itself out.
Inflation?
Yes, their sense of their own looks and sexual value is very inflated. And so a lot of people are looking at these like frumpy, obnoxious, loudmouth, liberal women who are also very promiscuous and saying this is not actually appealing at all. And I don't want to start a family with a person
Sounds
like
awful.
this. Yeah, it is.
Yep.
But if you believe in the patriarchy, as I fervently do, because it's just reality, we didn't choose the system. We were born into a system that is part of nature.
Here's my take. Here's my take, which is men and women, when like we were born, whatever, 4 million years ago, whatever on Earth, why is it that women didn't take over? Why is it that men were the ones who, like, for the most part, I'm not saying women haven't had involvement, but men for the most part built society, built everything, built the houses, fought in wars to die, invented things. Like the vast majority of these will be like 90% men for pretty much all human history. And then I know there's a lot of women that don't like hearing that, but it's just a fact. It's not that women haven't done things for history, it's that men have done a lot for history, and like they're the builders of the roads, they're the builders of houses, they're the people that generate electricity, they're the people that make meat in the supermarket, they're the majority of business owners. And so it comes with a level of, supposedly respect. Yeah.
Get out of it. So if you believe that that's true, which it is, then you think that men should lead. And if it's going to be better, men should make it better because that's their job.
Right.
So you don't want to give them a pass, do you? It'd be like it's all the girls suck. So
I don't even blame it on the women, because I think that it's the incentive structures. You know, women are allowed to do this by the legal system,
made by men.
Kind of social norms. Technology is a big part of it. The attention that is available to women. Women go on Instagram and they get attention from thousands of men.
Yep.
So it's the incentives. But I would say that, because I hear this all the time, people say, well, the men need to step up and be better and lead the women. Easier said than done.
I go on.
Totally agree with
that.
They're at war with the system, and not even just the system, but also society. Because let's say you find one of these so-called good girls who's Christian and traditional, but through osmosis, wherever you go, she's going to be in society. She's going to be on TikTok. She's going to be on Instagram. She's going to be talking to other women. And maybe she's one way when you meet and get married, but 10 years down the road, 15 years, 20 years down the road, people change. And I think that women, as kind of the ultimate conformists, the ultimate enforcers of like social norms, I think eventually the pressure from society kind of gets to them. And a lot of them will go in
Depends
a
what
different
kind of
direction.
husbands they have. I mean, if there's real leadership at home, I don't know a single happily married woman who's liberal. Not one. I know a lot of married women. I mean, I'm 56. All the women I know are married. And every happily married woman is non-liberal. I can't even imagine. There's no category for how.
Yep. It's because the whole point of liberalism is you have to find a problem to be mad at society for, and that's the thing. Whereas more conservatism is I am responsible for my life, my choices, my decisions, and I'm going to do my best to fix everything and make myself the best version of myself. Like, you see this with a lot of stuff, but then liberal-leaning people are more likely to blame the system, blame this, blame capitalism, blame that for all their failures. Never look into themselves and be like, maybe there is a problem with me.
Happily married, middle-aged liberal woman. There hasn't never been one.
Right.
So, like, maybe the job is to, make a girl happy and, like, all this nonsense ends.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that could be a bottomless pit too, because the one critique I have of the men is, and you're right about this, they enable this behavior.
Well, that's for sure.
This epidemic of simps who, and especially with Christians, I've noticed this. This is why Andrew Tate has so much appeal, and the Christians are kind of losing this conversation. Andrew Tate's a Muslim polygamist who is very chauvinistic. And you could even argue it as someone who has ran an OnlyFans site himself, like is not an observer, let's say, of Christian sexual morality.
No.
But men are going with him because he's putting women in their place. He's talking.
Yeah, that's the thing. The whole thing about Andrew Tate is if all masculinity is seen as toxic, 99% of the time, everything you ever look at is toxic, toxic, toxic. What is there left for men? Men only really have two spaces really left for themselves, and that's jobs that women don't want to work, and video games, and then Andrew Tate. What do people like Andrew Tate preach? Oh, I'm the king. I'm the king of my country. I run this goddamn castle. You see this? I'm with 30 different women. All of them are only mine. They never sleep with any other men. They're loyal only to me. Like, Andrew Tate has that messaging. And that appeals far more than, oh, you're toxic, you're masculine, you have to let your woman do whatever she wants. She's not responsible for any decision she makes. And if she divorces you, it's your fault. If she cheats on you, it's your fault. If she decides that she wants to be ran through by 40 other guys, you gotta happily let her, because if you don't, you're being a misogynist. Like, that's the difference. Andrew Tate is, I'm gonna do what makes me happy, and I'm gonna get as many women as possible that I want. I'm gonna work on myself, work hard, and become the best version of myself. That's what Andrew Tate preaches, and it's a far better message for young men than something else like that. Hell, even Charlie Kirk, who's a Christian religious man, like he gave props to him. He gave props to him because real recognize real.
Talking about patriarchy and women's place in a society like that. Whereas Christian men, Catholics, Protestants alike, are both kind of tone policing the men. And they worship their wives. They worship the women, put them on a pedestal.
Nope.
And they,
Never do that.
They kind of get bossed around. They get henpecked by the women.
I think we're required to love our wives. Like, that's, all over the New Testament. Husbands, love your wives. Wives, respect your husbands. That seems like a very natural balance to me.
Yeah, and you see how he said respect your husband, but not love him. There's a big part, because if you respect someone, you would not sleep with somebody else. You respect him, you respect his guidance, you respect him as a person. But husbands love their wives because that's what they're supposed to do. You're supposed to love your woman, love her, But women, it's respect. Women would never sleep with somebody else if they respect the guy they're with. They would never. They would never.
Yeah, and I think that you have to love your wife as your wife.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of men,
As opposed to what? Your mom?
well, no, like
No,
your
that doesn't
like your
work.
buddy.
Yeah.
No.
Because I hear this all the time, and I hate this. Guys will say, I married my best friend. And I think, she's your wife. She's not your best friend.
The only marry your best friend possible is if you're gay and you marry another gay guy who just happens to be your best friend. Like, I'm sorry, but the cases of you marrying your actual best friend are so astronomically rare if she's a girl. Astronomically rare.
Because there's a difference.
What is the difference?
I think that when you talk about your best friend, you're a peer, you're an equal. And I think your best friendships are with other men. And I think that your wife ultimately is subordinate to you. She's your helpmate. Yeah. And ultimately, as the man in the marriage and as the father, you have authority, the final say over the household. Well, and she can give advice. It's not to say I'm not a free.
Yep. I built this castle, and you think you're going to tell me what to do after I built everything myself, and then you just happily come to me once I cross the finish line? Hell no. I tell myself what to do, and you don't tell me what to do. You're shitty with money. You're the broke person. Basically like that.
Where you say, shut up, woman. I mean, of course, you discuss things with your wife and your wife gives input, but the authority rests with the man.
Of course. Of course. But God set up this kind of amazing system where men are physically stronger. Mm-hmm. So, like, of course, you could make your wife do whatever you wanted. You're bigger than she is. Right? But
yeah, just don't abuse her. I don't condone abusing your wife. But if she disrespects you, divorce her. But make sure you have a prenup first. Always have a prenup, man. If not, get a very goddamn good lawyer.
He also instilled in men this desire to please your wife. Like, that's a very natural thing. You want your wife to be happy.
Absolutely.
And the whole happy wife, happy life thing is completely real. It's like you can't get away from it.
That's some gay shit.
Like all of these things.
That's some gay shit. That term is some gay shit.
It's not a choice. It's the biological reality that you live with, that you were born with. Like, you want your wife to be happy. And if she's unhappy, you're unhappy to a much greater extent than vice versa. Right?
Yeah.
I think men care about their wives being happy much more than wives care about their husbands being happy.
Yes.
That's fucking true.
And that's compensation for their lack of physical power. Mm-hmm. That's my view of it. And that's why it is this kind of perfect balance. But somebody needs to be the final decision maker. I completely agree. And when you give up that, when you abrogate that, there's no respect, there's unhappiness, and then there's infidelity.
Right. Well, that's the ingredient that's missing. The way I would put it very succinctly is men right now are the responsible party, but have no authority. Yep. And that doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
If the buck stops with you and you're to blame and you're the responsible one, then you also need to be able to have the final say and call the shots.
I agree.
And one without the other doesn't work. And I think
that's really...
Yeah, that's true. Like, here's a good example. I am responsible for my credit cards and paying them off. But if I have a girlfriend and she had credit cards and then magically all her debt went to me because she didn't want to be responsible, and it was enforced on me because she is now responsible for her decisions, how is that fair? I have no authority over her, but then I'm supposed to take accountability for her and myself at the same time at my own negative cost.
Smart and absolutely right. I do think, I just noticed this, that men who stay unmarried for too long become like kind of fragile. There's something about the give and take. There's something about living with, in fact, I think it's the key to life, someone you don't fully understand that broadens you, that keeps you always thinking, that makes you wiser, more patient, more thoughtful, more self-aware, and more flexible. And those are all good qualities. And the absence of that, like in homosexuality or like men who are single too long, they get very rigid. Have you ever noticed this? Like, I like things the way I like them, and they just get like, no.
Oh, yeah. I certainly get what you mean by that.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah. I would say that when you say you don't fully understand women, to me, I feel like women are very simple in terms of.
Have you ever lived with one?
No, I haven't lived with them, but I mean, and don't get me wrong, maybe it's difficult, but I feel like they're pretty simple.
We're all pretty simple. I mean, no one's more simple than I am, but we're.
Oh, here's the 3 tips I have on women for you. Cheat code to dating is just ask her what she likes to do and just keep asking her follow-up questions, and then she'll keep talking and talking and talking and talking. And then you'll end up having told her like 3 things. This is my name. This is what I like to do. This is what I have fun. And then the 99% of the date would be her talking about herself and her interests, what she likes, what flowers she likes, what clothes she likes. That's one of them. The next key I would give you is always get a prenup. Always get a goddamn prenup. Always get a goddamn prenup. If you don't, you are financially and legally screwed 99% of the time. Unless she's richer than you, you should definitely get a prenup. That's the first one. And then the third one simply is there are some situations where women just want you to listen to them rather than fix their problem. They just want a problem to talk to you about, not really a problem for you to fix. And figuring out whether or not a problem is for you to fix or for her not to fix, that is the hard part. That is the hard part.
All pretty simple, but what I mean is like on a day-to-day, on the level of experience, like you don't always understand what they're saying, because it's never about what they say it's about.
Right.
And men are just tend to be kind of dog-like in their straightforwardness. I'm hungry, I'm horny, whatever it is.
I disagree. I feel like men are complicated. I feel like women are like, I'm hungry, I'm horny. I feel like men are very complicated.
Really, how?
Because men are masters of the universe. Women are the universe, This is what Spengler says about them. And so I think that men have like a deep connection to things like math and space, and they want to conquer the world.
Of course.
And, things like this. And women, I feel like, are actually very primal and instinctual.
Yes.
They want security.
Earthier.
Yes. Chthonic. They're of the
100%.
terrestrial.
Never embarrassed by bodily functions. Men are so squeamish.
Yes.
Women are not at all. They give birth. No, that is absolutely true. But I mean, in the way that women present their concerns, there's almost always something that's not being fully expressed.
Yep.
Like, I got mad at you last night because I was pissed about something last year. That's not a male thing to do. You can't remember what happened last year.
Right.
Right?
Here's what I would think. I ain't sleeping on the couch. I bought this couch. Like, I'm sorry about it. That's how it works. It's my house, my kingdom. I am the king. I am the king of my own space. I'm not getting kicked out of the place I built.
So, but whatever the point, men and women talk past each other constantly.
Mm-hmm.
They don't always know what the other one is saying. And that frustration actually gives way to like great beauty over time, I would say.
I don't know. I personally find women very frustrating when they are not expressing.
I agree.
And I just
That's
view
the
that
beauty
as
of it.
I see the way I look at it is like when you look at your favorite TV shows,
right?
The Sopranos, Breaking Bad, it's like the wife is the villain because it's like the main character, if the wife could just get out of the way, would be running the show. And that's kind of how I feel like Ayn Rand, I agree with her about this. She said that the wife's role is like hero worship. The guy is the hero. The guy is supposed to be the entrepreneur, the conqueror, whatever. And the woman is really supposed to support the man's goals and be in his world. And
that's the last thing successful men need is more power worship, more hero worship, more, you're so great. When you get that at work, you don't want that at home. You become an
Hey, wait. Depends on the guy. If it's Keanu Reeves, if it's John Cena, they deserve it.
unbearable asshole. And then you fall prey to what destroys every successful man, which is hubris. Like you mistake yourself for God. You need someone who's not interested in what you do at all, only interested in you. And that's how you become balanced and wise. That's how you know your own limits. Because the ass kissing is what kills you. It's not, I mean, you had someone come to murder you at home. It doesn't seem to have affected you that much.
And if I were married, dude, she would never let me hear the end of it.
Well, that's probably true.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's not what destroys men. It's not adversity that destroys men. It's comfort and flattery that destroys men. Right? That's what happened to King David. It's what happens to them all.
Yeah.
You're so great. You can never go wrong.
I just feel like we have I don't feel like we have an abundance of affection from women.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like,
negative
in terms of where the
abundance.
pendulum is at, I feel like the women are very unloving to the men.
That's true.
That's why, like, they don't cook. Because that's like the best way to express a love for a man.
Yeah, that's true. The whole thing is, I think it was called 6. Yeah, it was like 4 6s that represent it. 6 feet, 6 inches, 6 figures, 6. I forgot what the last one was, but it was the 4 6s. And if you don't meet that requirement, most women would treat you like trash.
And I said this on my show the other night. I'm like, the most beautiful words a woman could say is like, I made you dinner. I made you cookies.
Yeah.
I agree.
That is like an act of love. And I think that, you know, speaking as maybe from a different generation, the way that men feel now is like, you know, women are not really providing too much. They expect so much from the men. They want the man to be rich and provide.
Yeah.
They want the man to be fit and a real leader and a real man. They also want to split the chores with the man. They want the man to do half the laundry.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's like you have to run a company outside of the house. You have to run everything outside of the house. You have to work everything outside of the house. You have to pay everything. But at the same time, the chores inside of the house are too much. So you have to split it with her. And I'm just saying this. I'm a guy who lives alone. I've successfully done all the chores of both the man and the woman in my house without a single complaint. Like it really, like, doing the house is easy as fuck. Like, I'm gonna outright say it. I know some women will be pissed off, but it's easy as fuck. I vacuum my floors, I clean my stuff, like, and the whole point is very simple. Just don't make a mess that progressively gets bigger. Just throw out a few things every once in a while, vacuum every once in a while, and it doesn't look like shit. It's obviously not going to look as good as my mom's cleaning, but hey, my house is just clean enough for me, clean enough for what I want, clean enough for guests not to complain. So yeah, pretty easy.
And half the dishes and things like that. And it's like, so what do you do all day? You're on TikTok, you're like doom scrolling and eating Cheetos. Like what actually are you providing in the relationship? So I just feel like in terms of the deficit, it's like women are very emboldened. They're too, I think, assertive.
Yep.
Always giving their opinions, always critiquing, always, you know, I think that they're very bold right now. And I think, and sarcastic, I think that's a big reason why they're not very attractive.
I get it. All I would say is that in a happy marriage, all of that goes away. There's no arguing about who does what. People fall seamlessly into the roles they were born into. They acknowledge those, are not insecure about it at all. They express love in a whole bunch of different ways by serving each other. It's like super easy. And all of that, obnoxious, entitled, you don't make enough money, all that crap just disappears.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's been my experience.
Anyway, so a girl complains to me about you don't make too much money and I'm financing her entire life. I'm sorry, man. I'm dropping you. I'm fucking dropping you. I'm dropping you. Like, you ain't telling me what to fucking do. I'm sorry. I have a no tolerance policy.
So, last question. Where is all of this going in this country? Like,
well,
where are we in 5 years?
Not anywhere good. I'm really concerned.
Marriage crisis.
And I'm not one of these doomsday sayers. You know, there's a lot of people that forever, but you know, the sky's falling every day. But I really feel like the things that concern me the most, it's the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Seemed like we crossed a Rubicon there.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Because he's just a conservative guy, relatively moderate, expressing his opinions. He's not the president. He's not a politician. And it wasn't just that he got shot. It was what happened afterward, which is that 100,000 liberals went on TikTok and celebrated. And that shows that how can you integrate or harmonize with people that hate you that much? They see some, and I understand that liberals thought he was a jerk. Like maybe he was a little rude or something like that. And he really wasn't. I mean, he was pretty patient as they come.
I just tried to fill in for him.
I have people in my own job that, like, one guy thinks he was like a Nazi or some bullshit. Like a liberal fucking lunatic at my job. Funny part is that all the minorities don't like him. And he's supposed to be a representative of the minorities as a white, liberal, very effeminate male, while all the black and Hispanic people at my job don't like him.
Last week and immediately snapped at some kid and threatened to beat him up and went crazy. And I had said a prayer for patience, by the way, and I still couldn't handle it. So, Charlie Kirk was a remarkably even-keeled, patient, decent man.
Yes. And yeah, so whatever their perception of him was, to see him get his face blown up in front of everybody like that, and the first reaction of someone in the crowd who was present, some guy with the beard jumps up and celebrates. Did you see this?
No.
Some liberal kid in the audience jumps up and says, "All right."
I literally can't handle it. I'm so upset by it. I haven't looked at anything.
Yeah, I remember.
It's disgusting. That. And I saw that and said, yeah, like, there's no putting the genie back in the lamp here. That was one. The other thing I'm really worried about is what's happening at these ICE detention centers, where it's happening not far from where I live in Broadview, Illinois, where they set up an ICE detention facility, and the administration is rounding these people up, which I support.
Yep.
But they're doing it in a very provocative way. They're broadcasting it. They're making hype edits on Twitter of like these raids on apartment complexes, which I think are very cool.
Funny.
But it's somewhat provocative. And Antifa's showing up. In order to protect ICE, the administration's putting DHS. Well, now they're protesting the DHS presence, and the administration of the governor of Illinois and the mayor of Chicago are telling Chicago police, don't help ICE. And they're encouraging the protesters. And what I see there is like a level of tension that just keeps increasing.
Yes.
And there's leadership. There's civilian leadership on both sides. Like the governor and mayor, who are Democrats, won't back down versus a Republican president. There's a security division too, the police versus ICE, the police versus DHS. There's a constitutional question about the federal supremacy, you know, and I see all the ingredients of like a low boil civil conflict, full-blown civil war. And I'm not that guy, but I see all the ingredients there for that to happen. So I'm deeply concerned about where that will go.
How would you handle it if you were in charge? If you're the president, what do you do about that?
I think maybe this is controversial, but they have to crush the other side.
Fully agree. Fully agree. There is no half-ass it. It has to be arrest everybody funding it, arrest these mayors, arrest everyone breaking the law. Every single one of them. Because these people are already planning to prosecute everyone if we don't succeed. It has to be full extent of the law, full scorched turf. Everyone who hurts police, everyone who attacks ICE, everyone who goes against the federal government, every one of them needs to be arrested.
Because you can do one of two things. You cannot challenge the left and let them do their thing, or you can utterly confront them and defeat them and remove hope from the equation. If you resist, you will be arrested. Like this is an insurrection. There's 10 million people here illegally. We're getting them out. You're rioting. You're going to jail too.
Yep.
Like it has to be crushed. But if you do anything less than that, if you do in the middle, all you're doing is antagonizing and feeding the other side.
Yep.
And if they think...
Yeah. Oh, just so anyone, just for people who want to know. But in Portland, recently, all of Antifa was wiped out. Like, they were all arrested or taken off or whatever. But the Portland police finally stepped in. I'm thankful of that, but we're still working on Chicago and LA. Those ones are still going, but Portland, dude, it looks nice. It looks nice. It's the first time ever that more people supporting ICE are walking around than people hating ICE. That's how it should be.
There's a chance they can win. They will get bolder and stronger, and they'll start to rally. And that's when it's sort of like people think it's close or like it's contentious. That's when it breathes. That's when oxygen is fed to this kind of fire. So if I were Trump, I would say screw 200 National Guard, like arrest the mayor of Chicago, like arrest the governor, shut it down, like make it clear, like Washington, bring in the troops and say the federal government is supreme. The immigration law is the law of the land. If you're not on board with that, you're going to jail. If you attack ICE or box them in with your car, you're going to jail for a long time. Anything less than that, you might as well just not even bark up that tree at all.
Yep. Full score.
Nick Fuentes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's nice to meet you.
Likewise.
That was a great episode. Damn. But anyways, yeah, I really love this, and I'm glad. I loved all their talking points, and yeah, as you can see, they're not too crazy people. Like, I agreed with almost everything said here. But yeah, that's all.